All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Conversations for the Future. The topic today is thriving in space. My name is Lila Gislason, and I'm the co-founder and chief of marketing of Foundation for the Future. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome. This is a monthly event series inspiring conversations to advance space access for everyone. We talk about what it's going to take near term, near Earth to move us closer to thriving in space. Just a little bit more about Foundation for the Future. To put this, the why behind why we created this event into context before I kick it off to Tim here, who will elaborate, but we are a 501c3 education advocacy nonprofit and the only nonpartisan organization advocating for financial tools that will make it easier to get capital for space infrastructure. The Foundation's vision is space access for everyone, not just astronauts and billionaires, and not only those in the space industry, everybody young and old, really anyone intrigued by the idea of someday traveling to space or working or even living in space. And to make space accessible to everyone, we must accelerate the space infrastructure development. So we are driving that conversation with an actionable and sustainable solution to accelerating space access through the Space Corporation Act. It advocates for long-term financial tools, including loan guarantees from the federal government for space companies building essential space infrastructure. As part of the Space Corporation Act, F4F is also committed to treating workforce as infrastructure and developing a thriving space workforce for both professional and blue-collar jobs through a kindergarten to orbit workforce development program. We're excited to report that over 100 House representatives and senators are in early support of the Space Corporation Act, which is very promising, but we've still got a long way to go. So again, thank you all for joining us. Thank you to the many organizations and associations who have partnered with us. Thank you to our donors and members who support us. We cannot do this important work without you, so thank you. And now I would like to introduce my friend and colleague, Tim Chrisman. Tim is executive director and co-founder of Foundation for the Future, a former CIA and Army intelligence officer. Tim supported the National Space Council and the Joint Staff at the Pentagon. He holds a master's degree in intelligence studies and international relations in affairs, both from American University. That's 2 master's degrees. Mr. Chrisman is the author of the book Humanity in Space and of various articles about the expanse of our civilization in space. Tim's next challenge and mission is to make space accessible, survivable, and ultimately routine enough to be boring. Tim, please.
Thanks, Lila. And it's not impressive that I have multiple masters. I was not good enough to get a PhD. And so I just went and got another master's because I couldn't focus for long enough. So those of you with doctorates, my hat is off to you. We're here, and this event series is really geared around the idea that we in the sort of inside of the space community are bought in. We believe, we're ready, we're excited. We want this to succeed and move forward with all of the ambitious promise and potential that space offers. And what sits between us and that goal is this chasm. And it's, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. It's talked about in a handful of different marketing theory books, but it is this point where we, the early adopters, are trying to bridge between the rest of the public. And so this event series is meant as part of that, to be an insider view of the space economy that's presented accessibly. Not only that, but every month we try to highlight a specific town that we left out. And we're taking ownership of that as we in the space community have left communities behind, and through on purpose or accidentally. And so we try to highlight those so that we can bring them along. We've done communities like Scranton, Pennsylvania, Akron, Ohio, Savannah, Georgia, and this month it's Charleston, West Virginia, because these are communities that were catalysts at different points in US history, in different industries, but that spurred innovation, growth, and development, and have the potential to do so again, whether it's because they already have the existing workforce with the basic skills needed, or because those communities resemble in many ways what a future space community would look like. That's what we're here to do, and as the presentation's titled, Cross That Chasm. So the main problem we're seeking to solve, I'm told any good pitch requires me to state the problem up front and not assume anybody already knows. We all know NASA explores and pushes the envelope, but who comes behind them? Who develops after the proverbial Lewis and Clark expedition? Right now, we expect NASA to expect them to run low Earth orbit hotels and lay pipe fittings and wiring for future settlements in the cislunar space. What NASA doesn't do, we expect Space Force to do. But ultimately, Space Force's mission is to defend the United States, to keep the space lanes free and clear. But then who is creating what they're protecting? Ultimately, that can't be their role because they're not going to be as good at it. We look to the private sector to do that creation, but they require, just like Jeff Bezos once said about Amazon, they require the roads and postal service to make themselves possible. Those basic building blocks of infrastructure that enable great companies, great economic drivers here on the ground, exist through a variety of financial and workforce development tools that don't exist in space. And maybe it's weird talking about money in space, especially to a number of you who have seen space money come and go. And it seems like the amount of money flowing into the space economy has never been greater. And that would be objectively true. There's going to be a handful of graphs here that depict the amount and type of funding that we see moving into the space economy over the past 20 years or so. And you see that there is generally increasing trend in public funding for space. However, once you remove a handful of large players, that steady, relentless march up is no longer there. It's a heartbeat monitor for a fairly unhealthy person that shows ups and downs of relatively small amounts of money. If you might have missed it, I did the first time. The graphs are an order of magnitude different in terms of the amounts moving into different companies that are not Big Blue and SpaceX. Now, that's not to say that there's anything wrong with money going towards these large players. That has been, if anything, a good thing, because those two companies doubled the number of large space companies that we had in the country, and we want that to continue. However, when we break out the public funding by component of the space economy, we get to see the vast majority of this goes to launch, to getting to space, not necessarily doing anything while there. And so while it's true, both public and private money has been flowing into space at ever increasing numbers. It's been uneven, it's been sporadic, and ultimately goes towards those who have essentially the easiest problems to deal with and the most near-term solutions. And so as we look out beyond and think about projects that on Earth, whether it's the roads, rails, or sewer equivalents, why do those get funding? Well, ultimately, they get funding and take a long period of time to deploy that funding because the large institutional investors are able to know, regardless of the fact that it takes 10, 15 years to finish the project, that it will begin returning value for decades, possibly even a century or longer. And so that is the true benefit of having a system that looks at investing in a sector with an infrastructure mindset. And I've included a tongue-in-cheek comment here about civil engineers. I pretty routinely make jokes about civil engineers. And it's only because I was raised by a mechanical engineer. And so I am parroting the jokes I heard as a child. And now as a father, that is what I feel like my role must be, is to repeat what came before me. So our proposal, and this is what Lila mentioned earlier, is the Space Corporation. This is an infrastructure development corporation specifically geared for space. And its mission is to organize and fund the development of space infrastructure that can unleash America's future in the 21st century and beyond. And not just launch pads and landing pads, but the ability to securely and efficiently get to, from, and through space while coordinating and cooperating with not only other investors, other government agencies, but other friendly countries, and being that platform to bundle the money, experience, and initiative to move the ball forward. So a common comment that is being circulated around here in DC, where we're based, is discussion about new infrastructure investment, how much it's going to cost, how much it's going to benefit the economy. And we'll get into some of the analysis of the Space Corporation Act later. But suffice to say that infrastructure investment by the federal government and state governments, by and large, represent some of the best uses of deficit financing in any of the government toolbox options that are available. The one we point out here is admittedly probably an outlier, but it highlights the fact that on the ground, government expects for every dollar it invests in infrastructure development, that $1.50 to $1.75 will be added to the national gross product as a result of that spending. Our argument to Congress and others is you can double, triple, or quadruple that number when you are looking at creating infrastructure for an entirely new economic sector and frontier. Laying fiber optic cable in the early 2000s was never going to return $1.50 for every dollar spent, because it was unlocking the internet for more people in more ways. And much like GPS and that, this is the sort of investment in the future that has potential for far larger effects. And those effects, ultimately, as Lila mentioned, are about making space another place to do business. We don't think about the fact that we build companies in the desert, in the mountains, in the swamps, in the valleys. It's just wherever we are and wherever the workforce and financing exists. It's not necessarily tailored to the terrain. We want to make space just another background that people can go to and build their companies and lives around. And to do that, it needs to be ubiquitous, boring. And so the Space Corporation will do this through that sort of backbone infrastructure investment that creates initial spurts of employment and starts a virtuous cycle where all of a sudden there is a customer for things that didn't exist previously. And that spurs companies to expand and grow, buying from others, and therefore generating the economic activity that can then become self-sustaining. A large piece of how this gets started is easing the access to capital. Earlier, I was talking about the ups and downs and the ebbs and flows of financing for the space economy. The Space Corporation, through a variety of tools that we'll get into here soon, looks to make that much easier, much more certain, in a fashion similar to how ports, schools, roads are built here on the ground. Ultimately, though, it's about removing the uncertainty of what will be politically supported next and setting up conditions for the space economy to not be tied to government appropriations for its lifeline. That instead of worrying about DoD and NASA's budgets year on year and fighting over who gets what, removing that from the equation as a necessity. And so the Space Corporation would do this as a for-profit infrastructure development corporation, organized with the authority to issue loan guarantees backed by the full faith and credit of the US Treasury, bonds backed by the same, and to develop long-term infrastructure investment funds. It's designed this way so that the government need not put up initial appropriations to fund and capitalize this like it would an infrastructure bank. Instead, the government's contribution is the authority to issue those government-backed bonds and loan guarantees. And the for-profit model allows this corporation to go to the public, go out onto the regular capital markets and raise capital through those selling equity and debt in a way that's not possible for a standard government agency or corporation. So we've recently completed an analysis of the Space Corporation's economic impact. And this began with a lot of work around what would a portfolio for the corporation look like? How would it get its money? How would it spend its money? And then from there, we can estimate the impact across the country. Well, for the capitalization, first looking at what are the most similar examples for this in the past. And on the private federal investment corporation side, ComSat is one of the most salient. ComSat in the 1960s had the mandate to create a global telecommunications network from space. And its initial public offering generated well north of $1 billion in 2020 dollars. And based on that, the valuations of other government-sponsored and government-backed corporations, our conservative estimate is that a public listing or otherwise a public sale of shares of this corporation could raise approximately $3 to $4 billion. On the bond side, we see roughly $1 trillion plus in government-backed bonds that are issued by entities other than the US Treasury. So the Fannie Mae's, Freddie Mac's that do housing loan guarantees. There's also a number that do commercial loan guarantees. And because we wanted to keep this on the conservative side so as to not appear overly enthusiastic and optimistic, we modeled the bond issuance off of the Tennessee Valley Authority, which has roughly 20 to 25 billion in bonds outstanding at any given time that are roughly at Treasury market rates. This would likely be a far smaller estimate of what the Space Corporation could raise because the Tennessee Valley's mandate is a narrow region within the US to do power generation and area development rather than the larger mandate of space infrastructure development. All told, though, that's around 23, 24 billion. And this would be put into a portfolio of a combination of loan guarantees and investment funds. The loan guarantees were chosen because the most successful examples of long-term bets on big ideas and big projects in this space have been in entities that take minority stakes in projects. Non-voting equity buys debt financing or these loan guarantees. So the InQtels for the more venture capital and the Department of Energy's loan guarantee program. This program itself is modeled more like Department of Energy, it is seeing about 10% return on investment for its program with about a 3% default rate. I'm not a commercial banker or investment banker, but I've been told that over a 20-year lifespan of a fund like that, when you're doing emerging tech and emerging bets like that, that is an absurdly good return for basically no upfront capital. And so this portfolio is modeled off that and is actually probably a little more conservative. The numbers there are based on the idea that for a loan guarantee, the guaranteeing organization doesn't put up the full amount of capital. Instead, it holds a reserve based on modeling about failure rate and the like. And the standard amount to withhold for government loan guarantees like this is between 10 and 15 to 1 in the ratio. So this portfolio skews slightly conservative in the aggregate, but it still nets the effect of turning 23 billion into well north of 200 billion in total investment potential. We also included some revolving long-term funds because there are likely projects that would directly benefit the DoD and NASA, like a strategic fuel and mineral reserve, that need the full funding of an organization like this, or a larger amount of funding by an organization. And so that results in a far smaller multiplier effect for the investment. Typically, I go into more detail about the types of investments. Suffice to say, it's about getting to, from, and through space and building the economic base for a space economy. I won't go into this further. If you want to know more, we can talk later. I'll hit on these top line numbers and then we'll end it there so I don't take any more of Jason's time. So the economic impact that we've modeled for the Space Corporation over its first decade would be about 2.6 million new jobs created, over 160 billion in new economic activity. And you might ask, well, I just mentioned a portfolio that was over 200 billion. We assessed that over those first 10 years that the amount of money deployed from the Space Corporation would be a little less than half. And so the ultimate return to the economy is around the $1.50 to $1.60 per dollar invested that is standard for multipliers. And because we're highlighting West Virginia, we actually did do this analysis state by state at the top line level. And West Virginia would see roughly 7,000 new jobs, about 240 million in new economic activity. And that is based on, again, the assumption that things continue as normal in West Virginia with its relation to the space economy, rather than being brought more fully into it, like we're attempting to do with this event here. So I will close it there and Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lee Steinke with Foundation for the Future. I'd like to start by thanking our sponsor for today's programming, Otter PR. As experts in their field, they know that sponsorships are a special kind of PR, and you can use a sponsorship that way for your company as well. We'll be hearing from Jay Feldman, head of Otter PR, later today. If you'd like to help cover the cost of this event, please make a donation at www.f4fspace or add a sponsorship to your registration for next month. The next three speakers are all experienced and seasoned in some ways, but relative newcomers in other ways. We'll hear three shorter presentations that reflect back on yesterday's programming and highlight where new energy is coming from in these fields. Jason Michaud will talk about how his company Stardust Technologies is applying their expertise in VR to space training and mental health. Brett Peterson will talk about his new company, Venture Ingredients, that is working on space food solutions. And Sunny Narayanan will review some of his extensive research as a student and PhD candidate, and we'll hear about where his work is headed now that he has completed his studies and is working with NASA in a postdoctoral program at Florida State University. Jason Michaud has been leading Northern Ontario in innovation and technologies for 10 years, creating a bridge between international government bodies and small businesses alike. Mr. Michaud's company, Stardust Technologies, aims to bring virtual reality to the forefront of aiding the space industry. Jason, thank you for joining us today.
A pleasure. Thank you very much, Lee, and great presentation, Tim. Really happy to be here. This is new to me, but this is a great opportunity. So our company Stardust Technology, as you mentioned, we've been working on a project named the Eden Project, which we collaborated with the Canadian Space Agency and the National Research Council of Canada to research how we can utilize virtual reality to help astronauts cope with mental health, but also haptic feedback technologies and neural interfaces. And essentially, what we've been doing is we've been flying lunar and micro gravity as well as Martian gravity in the NRC's plane, which you can see in the background. It's a Falcon 20. Which we've been doing in Ottawa. Obviously, COVID had an impact on that, but we're basically been creating this sandbox environment where we get the astronauts to wear virtual headsets in space and to be able to experience different things such as psychoanalysis analysis to help them cope with their current moment anxieties or to also give them a perspective where they could potentially have their loved ones on Earth joining via another headset on Earth and to go in different environments like a forest or a desert so that they can relax together and feel a little bit less stress. And the other big components that we've been aiming towards this journey has been to potentially get astronauts to be able to hug their loved ones from space or to handshake them so that they can feel even more closer thanks to haptic technologies and the VR. So basically a little bit what you see in sci-fi where the astronauts will see a hologram, but basically we could simulate a hug where you could feel true thanks to the help of haptic technologies. One of the other things we try to do is we try to create multiple partnerships so that we can bring STEM education across North America and Europe. And through these endeavors, we met a lot of wonderful people, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from everyone on here their perspective and fighting the good fight. And I'm open to any types of questions. Again, this is my first time, so I'm not gonna take the whole show. There's other, sure there's very other interesting people, and if there's any questions or anything like that, I'm definitely more keen to discuss the project and whatnot, since it's still being developed. I can't share too much, so I'm gonna sound a bit like a politician on certain things, unfortunately. But really grateful to be here today.
Thank you, Jason. Tell us just a little bit, describe what the plane flight does. So walk us through that process.
Yep. So basically, when we go into the NRC's flight in Ottawa, as the when we go in a parabolic flight, the flight itself builds up kinetic energy before going to in a higher elevated angle, and basically they basically drop the engine so that it slows real basically to an out like if you're going up on a roller coaster, and right at the top for a few seconds you feel like you're flightless and your heart is going to pop out of your chest. My first experience back in February, that's how I felt. And especially with COVID, with the mask and everything, I thought I was at the top of a roller coaster. I was just gonna fall. But uh, I mean, once you get used to the first the first few times, you get over it. But basically, it's an amazing feeling because you're completely in free float. Obviously, we had some challenges because of COVID and whatnot. We had to stay seated and whatnot. It is quite a small cabin as well compared to the Nova Space and the Air Zero G, but nevertheless, it still allows us to have a more personal experience and more focus on our experience without having to have multiple experiences at the same time. Um, Again, there was challenges, as Roxanne, you're asking, basically based on the fact that we were restricted in the amount of people we could get, but that's still a good thing since it's a relatively very small plane. The other big thing is you're hitting on the way back to rebuild that kinetic energy. You're building that by going into between 2G to almost 4G sometimes. Really depends. And because of COVID, we can lay down. So we're basically sitting and getting the full G's to our face, squishing us quite a bit. And if you experience any like symptoms and stuff like that, basically let's stop the plane and go from there. So you're doing your best not to have to use those barf bags. But one of the great things is we get to do it. We got to do it quite a few times, and I got used to it. And after the third flight, I mean, you just got to control how you're breathing when you're going through the hypergravity portion. But after that, you're goofing off. You want to goof off. You want to throw golf balls and stuff like that. And like anyone, I assume would. It's definitely it changes your perspective.
Yeah.
And I really recommend it if you ever get a chance to go in microgravity, as we've seen with Richard Branson recently with their space flight. Yeah, I mean,
And are you collecting any data to apply to your work when you're doing those flights?
yes. So basically, we've been inviting a different person to be our third um, well, person coming into the flight every flight, just so we could get some different someone that's never experienced zero G, so that we can get their feedback on how the technology is helping them cope with it, because otherwise it would be very biased on our end. Uh, but basically, we're really we're like very limited again, and it's kind of biased in that sense, because we can't get as much people on the plane, but we're basically collecting basic data so that we can improve the overall experience. And it's a bit shorter compared to what the astronauts are doing in space, right? Constant zero G. We're just getting like 20 second at a time when we do a parabolic. The lunar and Martian is a little longer because of the angle of the plane. But I mean, it's we try to get as much data as we can, and then we we basically evaluate it based on our data that we gather on Earth as well, because we got to test it in both different ways, but it's just to adjust it so that everything works up there. If this, so basically, I do find that personally, from my perspective, it does feel better for myself if you have the headset working for the motion sickness, as I just noticed there was a question there. But basically, myself personally has been helping cope with the motion sickness. Again, I never used it in hypergravity. It really depends on the person. If you've never used VR before going up there and you're using it for the first time, you might be getting VR nausea as well. So
Yeah. Stacking issues on top of each other. Jason, I'm getting a private comment about your T-shirt. You want to highlight what that's from, and then we'll move on to our next speaker.
yeah. So the t-shirt, myself, I'm a space geek. So basically, when I saw that it was the 20th anniversary, not the 20th, the 60th anniversary of Yuri's Night, I had to make sure to get the most recent shirt of Yuri's Night. So I'm not sure if you see it right here. Had to come here and highlight it. So I'm a really strong proponent on STEM, like I said, and we are planning our own event where we're going to try to push the agenda that space is for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're someone that's working in electrical, whether an artist or a singer or anything like that. That's the whole goal of the future space generation, is to bring everyone to the table. And I'm really proud of the initiative that everyone's doing here. And I'm looking forward to helping as much as we can.
Great. Well, you're in good company here, and we'll be talking more about art later today, as well as space money. So thank you for being with us, Jason.
Merci beaucoup.
All right, Brett Peterson is the leader of Venture Ingredients, a company that is creating food for the future on Earth and in space. Brett is a serial entrepreneur and was previously the North American product manager for a multinational ingredients company, so he may know a thing or two about what he's doing. He is the winner of the most recent New Space Business Plan competition. It's great to see you again, Brett. Welcome.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks for having me back. Should I share screen or how should we do this?
Sure. Go
Okay,
for it.
awesome. Now, Lee, we have, looking at the time, we've got two different ways to do this. When we had talked originally, you'd kind of asked me to go back through the business plan competition presentation, which I've practiced. I've got it back to 8 minutes again, so I can do that still if you like, and then just give an update on what's happened since. If everybody here has already seen our presentation, I can just give the update. Which way would you say we should go?
Yeah, why don't you do just walk us through the presentation and then the quick update and try to keep it in 10 minutes.
Sure, no worries. Let me share the screen here and we'll off to the races. Let me know when this is working.
Yeah, getting comments, whole thing.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good deal. That's encouraging. Thanks. All right. So as I mentioned, I'm Brett Peterson. We create food for the future. I've already done a little bit of intro, so we'll skip the rest of that slide and just jump in. Food limits space. Let me pull this up. Sorry, I'm working on two different screens here. It's expensive, it takes up room and weight, and it puts hard limits on mission, duration, and crew size. To solve that problem, we're creating a system that can grow 1/3 of the food needed by a crew of any size for any mission duration. It's a fully enclosed bioconversion system that's functional in microgravity, and it turns waste into flies and flies into fish meat. NASA has already proven that you can grow flies on the ISS. And the Japanese have proven you can grow fish there. This is actually a picture of a zebrafish study that the Japanese Space Agency did a couple of years ago. Pretty interesting stuff. NASA also just recently finished a study on growing space fish for food. And right now we're participating in NASA's Centennial Challenge on deep space food production. In sum, this is happening. And with the right partner and the right funding, we believe that we can break the food barrier and unlock the stars. So how do we get there? First, we're pursuing SBIR grants and networking at events like this one to get a proof of concept module installed on the space station. We've made some progress at that in the past couple of conferences we've attended here, actually, to be honest. Then as commercial space opens up, we're going to go after the massive new markets like the $425 million opportunity to provide food for Elon Musk's fleet of starships to Mars. Capturing that market positions us to be the premier and obvious provider for food at lunar and Martian bases. But those markets don't exist yet. So to get there, we need to work here on Earth too. So let's talk about poo. You and I are factories, and our output can be euphemistically called biosolids. We produce a lot, on average about half a pound per day. And that's 3.5 billion pounds per day on our planet collectively. All of that has to be taken care of somehow. Here in the US, treating waste is big business. There's more than 50,000 sewage treatment sites, and they pay $100,000 to $300,000 annually per site to pick up biosolids. A little bit more than half of that is turned into fertilizer, and the rest is either buried in a landfill or burned. Now, most people I talk to are very surprised to hear that we spread human waste on our fields as fertilizer, but I promise you it's true. I have information both from the EPA and from talking with executives at waste treatment companies when we discuss potential partnerships. Waste haulers, people who take away that waste and spread it, get paid 55 cents per pound for that waste as fertilizer. But they can only sell it half the year. In part, that's because you don't fertilize all year long. But in part, it's also because the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has hard limits on how often you can spread biosolids on your field. So the rest of the time, those waste haulers end up paying to put those solids in a landfill or having them burned. We solve that problem. The same processes we use to make food in space can be used here on the ground. We can double the value of human waste, and we can sell it all year long into a $9 billion fish meal market that's growing at about 3% per year. Our specific insect product, black soldier fly larvae, is already a $2 billion commodity, primarily used in fish feed. So to recap, we're selling an in-demand product into a market that's hungry for it at twice the value that our American competitors can demand. That said, we do have fast-growing competitors in the fly larva space. Protix raised $45 million in 2017, and they're now at $36 million in annual revenue. Innova Feed raised $55 million in 2018. Now they're at $40 million in revenue. And AgroProtein raised $11 million from the Gates Foundation, and then an additional whopping $105 million in 2018, and they've also hit $30 million in revenue. All of these competitors are in Europe, and they're all using plant waste, not biosolids. That means that they're paying for their feedstock. By contrast, we get paid to pick up ours. Our American competitors are waste haulers, people who pick up sludge and sell it to farmers or to landfills. As discussed, we can sell year-round where they cannot. Now, bioconversion by itself is not patentable, but our fully enclosed system that works in microgravity is, and it can be adapted for sales and use here on the Earth. Additionally, nobody else is pushing to do black soldier fly larvae in space yet. So if we can be the first, then nobody else can put the space seal on their brand. Getting on the ISS will set us apart around the globe. And for the moment at least, no one else is pushing this human waste bioconversion with black soldier fly larvae in North America as yet. So before our European competitors arrive, we have a window of opportunity to launch this venture and get it off the ground. So what does that look like? Our plan is still to hit 2 waste systems this year. We're making progress on that. That'll hit $700,000 in revenue. We'll spend about $200,000 this year to finish R&D on our closed system. In 2022, we're working on getting contracts with 16 waste sites and start selling our standalone closed loop system to hog farmers and cattle farmers and chicken farmers for their manure. That'll make us cash flow positive with about $5 million in revenue. We should hit $23 million in revenue in 2023. To fund all of this, we're looking for $500,000 to $1 million in seed funding. We're still working on that. We've already got the land for our pilot facility, and the seed funding will go to leasing or buying a sludge truck, finishing R&D on the closed loop system, and building out the rest of the pilot facility. Our team are all serial entrepreneurs. As Lee mentioned, I'm former product manager for the North American product manager for a multinational ingredient company. I've got industry connections. I've had one previous successful exit, very small, but it was. Our CFO, Karen, has taken 2 startups from red to black. And Brad has a lot of experience in high dollar, blue collar sales in construction and land use, which are parallel and kind of adjacent industries to the sewage management and fish feed groups we're going to be working with. So the big question, why do we talk about this at space, right? This is why here? Why not at ag conferences? And the reason for that is because all of us in the space community put up with crap every day, not because it's fun in and of itself, but because we dream of a better future. For us, that's literal. Don't get me wrong, bioconversion is fascinating on its own, and there's a ton of money in it. But it's worth doing because it can take us to the stars. Second, we're pitching at space here because we need this community's help. This community understands literal moonshots. It understands the importance of things that aren't sexy at first, like life support systems. I mean, Tim just gave us a great description of how there's huge advantages to be had with kind of slow burning things at the start, right? This community understands how to handle massive capital intensive infrastructure projects involving tens of thousands of people, like we want to grow into be. So for us to tackle the human waste challenges on this planet, which are tied to water stress and land use and 100 other vital parts of this blue marble, we need partners who can think and act at that scale, even while we're still stretching our wings. So yes, we will pitch to the Cargills and the Veolias of the world, and we'll participate in the next manure challenge. But the vision of humanity venturing out into the stars from a clean world with vibrant fisheries and sustainable agriculture is something we can share here in the space community in a way that doesn't make sense anywhere else. Bioconversion, both on Earth and in space, will take humanity further than we've ever gone before. Thank you. So that was the original pitch, the New Space Business Plan competition. Now the epilogue. What's happened since? So since we had the New Space Business Plan competition, what was that, 2 months ago, Lee? I think it was in, yeah, just seems like so much longer. But anyway, in that time, we prepared our submission for the NASA Deep Space Food Challenge. So we're submitting that at the end of this month. That should give, hopefully, will give us another little boost, another little injection of seed funding. We'll use that to keep moving forward. We've spoken with a series of investors who expressed early interest. We've begun and continued our customer discovery work. This week, actually, I was very excited. We had early stage conversations with international providers of 3D printed meat to continue to further expand production of food in space. And talked about setting up potential partnerships for passing NDAs back and forth, that type of thing. So we started the conversations with some potential partners around the world. We've also made progress building out our pilot and test facility. And as we've started that, we've made a breakthrough in our process. We think that by adding another step or two, we can get our bioconversion up above, well, closer to 100%. We think probably around 85% is what we're looking at, right? So using a couple of process improvements. That means we can provide more food with similar inputs, right? From the business model side, we figured out, as part of our customer discovery work, we think we found a way to turn those waste hauling competitors in North America into customers instead. And so if we can do that, that will lower the cost of our startup, like lower our initial funding requirements by about half. And we'll also make it so we have a lot fewer competitors to start with. It makes it a heck of a lot easier to grow when you're not fighting two industries at once, right? Yeah, and so I put this quote, I think this is from a leadership guru, but I think this captures how we're trying to go at things. We're certainly aiming high. We've started small. We haven't made $40 million a year yet. Hopefully we'll get there, but we've kept going and we're gonna keep going until we get there. So thanks.
Great job, Brett. Thank you. It's nice to hear some creative ideas about just shaping the world around you as a new business. And tell us what role, we've got another New Space Business Plan coming up next month, and there's still an open slot for a competing team in that competition. So tell us what that competition has meant to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So that competition, honestly, gave our team, we're a very terrestrial company, right? I mean, we work with ingredients and foodstuffs. Big goals, but very terrestrial. So the New Space Business Plan competition gave us an excuse and a reason to raise our vision, frankly. Michael Lane, who's on the call with us, said, hey, what can you do in space? And I said, well, let's start thinking about it. And so we put together a plan, and this has all been part of that business plan competition. We were not working on black soldier fly larvae in space before we put this together, right? And so this was really the catalyst for us to get into the space industry altogether. So my recommendation for any entrepreneur listening to this is that, to echo what Jason said just before me, you have a role in space. Whatever you're doing with your company, whatever it is, I mean, we're basically plumbers in space, right? I was gonna make a t-shirt that had that as an acronym. But that's whatever you're doing, it doesn't matter your business. There's something you can do to participate in the future space economy. Use this business plan competition as an opportunity to explore those options, right? You get coaching. And unlike most of the business plan competitions, you get to talk to experts in the field who help you figure this stuff out, right? Yeah. Take advantage of that. Jump in the slot and see and figure it out. Yeah.
That's great.
I see I have a question on the chat. I know I'm just out of time, but let me answer Roxanne here. Deep Space Food Challenge is looking for technologies that work in 1G and differences for the system to work in microgravity. Great question. So we actually are starting this kind of backwards. We originally planned this for the ISS, and then we started our designs in microgravity, and then now have to, and then when we saw the Deep Space Food Challenge said it was okay for 1G, that made it just easier for us. So our designs, the trick is controlling how the animals perceive up and down. That's the hardest part. So for fish, you have to control where the food enters the water column, which means you have to create a water column because you don't have gravity helping you with create that water column. So you have to use flow and light to get the fish to orient themselves in a consistent direction so that you can feed them in a consistent way. The bugs are a little bit easier. They're more about angles. Black soldier fly larvae especially, there's a crawling angle that they need. And so we've got a couple of methods to get them so they can feel like they're crawling at their preferred angle before they pupate and then get pulled in the rest of the process. So it's those tricks. It's really creating an artificial up and down more than the lack of gravity actually doesn't hurt the animals or the bugs, but they do need a vertical orientation. So you have to trick them into that vertical orientation.
Great. Brett, thank you so much for that exciting update, and we look forward to following all you're doing going forward.
Thanks, Lee.
Next up, Dr. Sunny Narayanan is a NASA Space Biology postdoctoral fellow at Florida State University, having over 15 years of NASA experience and an interdisciplinary background in engineering and biomedical research and education. Dr. Narayanan holds a PhD from Texas A&M University in medical and space physiology and BS degrees from West Virginia University in mechanical engineering and biology. Sunny, thank you for being here today.
Lee, my pleasure, and thank you for having me. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. May I receive a confirmation? Thank you.
Yes.
So again, thank you for having me, and a special thank you to those at Foundation for the Future for providing me the opportunity to share with you all my past and ongoing efforts in relation to our human space exploration efforts. It's a great honor to be here with you all today, and as Tim highlighted previously of the wild and wonderful state of West Virginia, special shout out to my home state, and thank you to all the Mountaineers for the education you all provided me to grow wings that allow me to travel across the world, and for part of me, through my work, to even reach the stars. In turn, for today, I am to share a little bit of my journey to date and how our studies of ourselves and adapting to space provide us a unique perspective not found anywhere on this world. For we reach the stars, not just to learn about our universe, but through this journey, we learn more about ourselves. And as our stellar speakers from yesterday and today have already highlighted, the spaceflight environment is unique, lacking gravity and radiation exposure from the sun and the stars. Our bodies, in turn, respond and adapt as best as they can, though not entirely, in some cases, very detrimentally. As this illustration describes, with regards to spaceflight adaptations, there are many, from bone and muscle changes to alterations in kidney function to cognitive brain changes and immune impairment, among more. Furthermore, all organs rely on the heart to supply them with blood, with the cardiovascular system, including the heart, lungs, arteries, veins, and lymphatics, being one of the most affected organ systems to spaceflight exposure. Each branch of the cardiovascular system adapts differently, though our knowledge of this is still relatively limited, which is a concern as we now aim to return to the moon through our Artemis project, not just to visit, but to stay. Yet many questions of how we adapt remain unanswered in the context of astronaut health. For example, the lunar surface contains soil that is difficult to prevent from contaminating the inside of a lunar capsule or habitat in the future. Observations that we gathered from the Apollo missions. And this lunar dust was shown to be a lung irritant based off of follow-up medical reports, though these reports could only really speculate with how limited data we had to work with at the time. Some follow-up research provided some clues, but much remains unknown. Although the topic of lung health may be familiar topic to mountaineers in general, with the state's history and connection with coal and the consequences of its mining, as many mountaineers during and after their mining exploits went on to develop black lungs. And I wish to highlight the effects of lunar dust may not be as severe as black lung, or maybe entirely, maybe different. Though perhaps there may be innovative research insight from West Virginia's study of black lung that might provide a unique perspective to NASA and its partners in approaching space medical questions and issues to provide some hints as to what may occur with our astronauts when they one day return to lunar space. This is just one example, for there are many, and indeed, there still exist many unknowns in the field of space medicine. For example, during my doctoral studies at Texas A&M, I discovered one of these unknowns. I observed for the first time that there may be negative health effects of the space environment on our digestive systems. Why is this important? Well, the function of our digestive system affects our entire body. The digestive system not only breaks down what we eat and drink, but importantly, it absorbs everything we ingest to then provide these materials to sustain every organ's health and well-being. So in turn, if the digestive system is negatively affected and absorption function is negatively impaired, then every organ in the body is negatively impacted. And through a series of projects presented at NASA's biomedical research venues, such as Human Research Program Investigators Workshop and the ASGSR annual meeting, I studied this and showed how spaceflight factors may have negative effects on the digestive system, as well as effects on other organs such as bone. I also wish to mention that our physiology is related to nutrition, as dietary composition that we eat and drink relies on the digestive system to absorb the content of our food. And again, if absorption function is impaired, what does a healthy diet matter if the diet can't be absorbed and have its effect? So to answer this critical line of inquiry, I've been blessed to be supported by NASA through a fellowship, ongoing investigations to gather knowledge of these topics in the context of simulating an Artemis lunar and Mars mission. From these studies, we'll discover for the first time and learn how the digestive system and many more organs adapt as we prepare for a return to the moon. So as we plan future missions to the moon, one factor we are already aware of that future Artemis astronauts will experience that's different from what crew visiting the International Space Station experienced, or more recently with Virgin Galactic's suborbital mission and other suborbital missions, is the exposure to deep space radiation. For on their journey to the moon, they will travel beyond the Earth's magnetic field, which does not offer space radiation protection near or on the moon. And we currently do not have much knowledge of the effects of deep space radiation, but do know that there are radiation effects, both from our experiences with space-related radiation exposure from International Space Station missions and space shuttle missions, and clinical radiation exposure. For in a way, space and clinical radiation may be considered two sides of a similar coin. For example, a majority of cancer patients receiving radiation therapy experience side effects from radiation therapy. One side effect image here on the left. This swelling of this patient's right arm versus their left, which to an observer may be considered mild. However, there is no cure for this phenomenon and is also significantly underdiagnosed. And because there is no cure and also underdiagnosed, this swelling will often develop to become much more severe, especially if not managed early, reaching a point where patients' limbs may be very limited or lack utility entirely. Millions of individuals in the US and across the world suffer consequences with this condition for the rest of their lives. And the other side of this coin is that astronauts also experience a form of swelling that some hypothesize is partially due to space radiation exposure, perhaps for similar reasons as patients receiving radiation care. I hypothesize there may be some overlap between what is occurring with patients and with astronauts from a basic biological perspective during my doctorate, and discovered for the first time that the biology of the specific cells related to this condition in response to radiation exposure is unique. And to illustrate this, these two images on the right side of the slide are those specific cells I mentioned. In the middle here of the untreated group, and on the right are how the cells appear after radiation exposure. You all may observe the visual difference, which shows there is a direct effect of radiation. And as a scientist, I study why this happened and figure out ways to treat this. This basic experiment, the first of its kind, provided the first steps and clues as to what is happening to both patients and astronauts. But it raises the question, as this was not space radiation, which is different and has a greater biological effect, relatively speaking, compared with clinical radiation. What may happen to our Artemis crew when they return to the moon? Indeed. How about deep space radiation effects on astronauts? Well, we know little of the effects of a real lunar mission on crew compared with our knowledge of spaceflight effects in low Earth orbit, but there are suggestions of an effect from traveling to and back from the moon based off the Apollo mission. For it has been previously studied and reported that astronauts that specifically traveled to the moon, the Apollo lunar astronauts, showed higher incidence risk of cardiovascular disease versus every other astronaut, suggesting a deep space radiation specific effect. So to increase our knowledge of this topic, I've been leading ongoing and future investigations to study this further. However, there's still much to be learned. In having shared these details, I wish to highlight how these studies and questions may be discovered, answered, and invented from my perspective, which is really through education opportunity to enable anyone to reach for the stars if offered the choice. For myself, being a first-generation academic that grew up in West Virginia, hearing stories of Chuck Yeager, Homer Hickam, Katherine Johnson, John McBride, Judy Hayes, Emily Maury Holton, among many others, our human space exploration efforts are not just a source of inspiration, but also of innovation, providing a platform to discover, engineer, and invent independently and perhaps dependently. For the spaceflight experience is unique, as all of the speakers have highlighted, with medical adaptations being subtle yet profound compared with terrestrial adaptations, as the effects of spaceflight influence the entire body and are interconnected in a way unlike most medical conditions, or so we think. And through the study of these adaptations, among others, we gain novel insight of our physiology to perhaps provide a unique perspective and approach to apply and study our terrestrial concerns. And given the number of discoveries and knowledge that we have gained, just from our relatively short experiences in low Earth orbit, just imagine about what we may learn about ourselves from the effects of deep space and lunar environment. And finally, as I've touched upon, just a few West Virginia connections to space, and the knowledge and insight, among other resources it could share of coal dust and others to serve and build bridges to connect and important sustain a presence on the moon, whatever heavenly object that may be. For West Virginia's roots may be in coal, but through education and opportunity, mountaineers like me, along with many others, could build a foundation of more bridges. So perhaps through our conversation today and the future, we may build more bridges so we may all reach for the stars, whichever ones they may be. In short, I will leave you all today with my most important slide, highlighting just a few individuals and programs that provided me the opportunity to build my own foundation for my journey and be blessed with the opportunity to meet with you all today and to share my small role as part of our human space exploration efforts. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Sunny. Great presentation. And the breadth of the work that you've done across multiple physical systems within the body is almost overwhelming, and it just makes you feel this energy that, oh, we get to solve this problem, then we get to solve that problem, and it's really exciting to see those specifics. And we have a question in the chat for you about some of the effects of microgravity. That would you recommend the rotating wheel model, and does that help with some of the issues that you described?
Yes, thank you for the question with regards to a artificial gravity engineering system that certainly colleagues in the NASA community have had an ongoing development of artificial gravity systems that would certainly minimize the effects of microgravity or lunar gravity or Martian gravity. And that's certainly one countermeasure of many other potential options, exercise being another, and dietary interventions as well. So artificial gravity and perhaps others would be certainly one of many approaches to address the medical adaptations that occur in spaceflight.
Great. And the applications, I loved your comparison of studying tuberculosis in West Virginia, from coal mining to lunar regolith issues that may crop up. Just really fascinating work. Thank you so much for being here today.
Of course, thank you for having me.
All right, and just before we run off to the next segment, I'm going to invite my colleague at Foundation for the Future and the Cultivated Group, Emily Mischler, to jump in for just a minute. Leo, you may have to unmute Emily.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Leo and Lee. Well, it's a pleasure to be here and meet you all today. Lee, thank you so much for that quick introduction. As she mentioned, my name is Emily Mischler, and I'm the founder and CEO of a group of impact-driven consulting companies called the Cultivated Group. Our background is the intersection of corporate philanthropy and creative solutions for revolutionary ideas, and we're affiliated with the Foundation for the Future's philanthropic development arm. We've been so impressed with the incredible speakers we've had today at the Foundation for the Future's July 2021 Conversations for the Future, and are so grateful you're here with us. We're so inspired by the advancements our speakers, allies, and the Foundation for the Future is making in building the future of space exploration. This future, in space and beyond, is being built one relationship, conversation, and connection at a time. Each month, the Foundation for the Future hosts Conversations for the Future to ensure that our future in space is easily accessible, economically fruitful, and secure from threat. Our immediate steps must begin at the ground level now. Conversations for the Future is a nonpartisan forum to explore the needs, solutions, and innovations around space infrastructure near Earth in this decade. In order to continue this momentum in building and contributing to this caliber of event, conversation, and community, we need your help. Join us in contributing to Conversation for the Future through a one-time donation and helping us cover the cost of the event. So our ask? Help us in making space boring and accessible by donating to support Conversations for the Future, because the time is now and the world can't wait. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to any affiliate of the Foundation for the Future. Our contact information and a link to donate may be available on the QR code right now. It also looks like it might be glitching, so please feel free to visit our website, f4f.space. For those of you on the live call, I'll be happy to stick around and field any questions. For those of you on the live stream, please reach out via the Foundation's website, f4f.space, with any questions, comments, or concerns. Thank you so much for your time this morning and attention. And now I'll turn it back over to Lee for our regularly scheduled programming.
Thank you so much, Emily. Appreciate your time. And speaking of money, now it's time for Space Money! In this segment, we talk to investors, economists, CFOs, and analysts about the financial and economic aspects of space. This time, we get to talk with Eva Jane Lark. Eva Jane Lark is a vice president and wealth advisor with BMO Nesbitt Burns, one of Canada's largest full-service investment firms. For over 25 years, she has provided expert advice to her clients on a wide variety of investment and wealth management issues. Since reviving her childhood passion for seeing humanity live and thrive beyond Earth, Eva has researched the state of the space industry, presenting papers at space conferences starting with the investment financing of exploration. She has been an invited judge for the New Space Business Plan competitions and a keynote speaker, a moderator, panelist, and speaker discussing topics including financing for new space companies and markets, business case issues facing space-based solar power as a future energy source, and in situ resource utilization and space mining. For her insights as a keen observer of the emerging new space industries, she is also an active investor in publicly traded space companies and an angel investor in the private space industry. Thank you so much for being with us today, Eva. Can we unmute Eva, please? Oh, it looks like you're able to unmute yourself. My screen shows. Okay. There you go. There you go.
I wasn't at first. I did try.
I just switched over. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Great to be here. Thank you very much for having me. It was an interesting day yesterday and today so far. It's been a great session.
Thank you so much. So tell us a little bit about your beginnings in space. You had this childhood interest, and then you grew up and you went off and did work and a career in school, and then you found your way back. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I guess it's like a lot of people have said in previous conversations that, first of all, I'm Canadian, though we do have astronauts, but we didn't when I was a child. And being a woman, wearing glasses, not being a jock, it never seemed that space was an option for me. And so, but I was always interested in it. Both from reading a lot of science fiction and also following what was happening in the world. And then I went on a professional development program, which was interesting because one of the first questions they asked was actually brought out a lot of these, I'm going to say, repressed interests. Things that you always wanted to do but never thought you could, that type of thing. And so I started looking around, and that was around 2003. And it was really difficult to find conferences at that point in time that weren't focused on engineers or scientists or military or Star Trek. So it had quite the contrast. And then I found one that was for also in their, I guess marketing material said entrepreneurs, enthusiasts, and educators. And I thought, well, 2 out of those 3 I would fit into, and it was in Hawaii. And so I figured, well, what could go wrong here? But I loved it. And I met a ton of people who I still am friends with today. And so I went to another one, much larger, the next year. I like small conferences better, I've decided. And then I started the following year. One of the organizers said, it would be interesting if somebody wrote a paper about investing in exploration. And then I realized he was actually asking me to write the paper, but I'd never seen the word abstract before, because in business we tend to use the term executive summary or something like that. So it was all new to me. But I wrote a paper on investing in exploration, some of its history, how voyages of exploration were financed, and then some of it was comparisons to other exploration heavy industries today. So mining, biotech, things like that. So and then one thing led to another, and I was invited to speak at a number of conferences and things like that, and I've just kept acting on it. Anytime an opportunity that sounds interesting arises, I'll definitely participate if I can. So, but I think, and so I want to, encourage people. It's good to see younger people attending this, and also people just exploring it, because really there's so many places for people who don't have a scientific background or a space background to participate these days, whereas there might not have been in the past. And like a number of the things that the billionaires have said recently in terms of the suborbital flights is, I kind of thought we'd be living on the moon by now.
Yeah.
And since we aren't, I think anything anyone can do is worthwhile to make that vision of the future possible.
Agreed. So tell me, sounds like you've been in it now for a while. That was a little while ago, that lovely conference in Hawaii. Tell us about there've just been astronomical changes, no pun intended,
No, pun intended.
between, the early 2000s and today in this industry, and sort of what you see as that history.
So things have changed. So there's things that have changed and things that haven't changed that much. And I would still describe space as an emerging industry, and it would probably be described that way. And for sure, in 2003, you had the big guys. You have the satellite industry, which is a space industry, but doesn't call itself that. And so that's a really interesting dynamic that happens in the space industry. But there's a lot of characteristics of of emerging industries that are still very, very prevalent today. More than anything else, the fact that we now have much more transportation means that so many things are possible that weren't possible then. Because when I looked at in the early days, and I looked at business plan competitions, you'd go through and you say, okay, let's look at the assumptions. What are they assuming? And the first thing they were assuming is they would be able to have affordable launch. And they wouldn't, it just did not exist. And so SpaceX has made a heck of a difference in this. And they've also inspired their competitors, the sort of, traditional space, to be a lot more creative in terms of getting launched. So the whole accessibility is dramatically changed. And that enables so many other things. So I think that one of the things that I always look at is is what will enable something else. So if somebody does this, like say launch, what will that enable? Well, all of a sudden, it's almost like the cislunar environment opens up to you, whereas it wasn't open before.
Yeah, sort of like the early days of the internet, opening new doors for new ways of doing business.
Yeah, and there's a concept called the adjacent possible. And Stephen Johnson, who writes about innovation an awful lot, talks about it in his books, but he didn't create it. It's based on biology. And the adjacent possible is, let's say you walk into a room and let's say it's a square room, and there's three, and you walk in one door and there's a door on every wall. And so depending on what door you walk through, that and 5 generations from there opens totally different doors than it would. And so, but you can't get to what's in room 6 without going through 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it really, and I think that we're starting to see the benefits of that now, considerably now. And this is, but we're still in an emerging industry phase. There's nothing developed about this industry, even, say 15 years after I wrote that paper. It's changed. It's still, sometimes it's 2 steps forward and 2 or 3 steps back, but I think we're making progress. And actually right now is to be the most exciting time that I've seen yet.
Oh,
and things were exciting before.
Yeah. So you've alluded to a little bit, but the other industries that you work in, well established, been around forever. They have a rhythm going. Yes, the regulatory environments change, the economics change over time, but you've got a long history to work with. So compare and contrast your space investing experience with some of the more stable and established industries.
So first, I better say that, my opinions are my own and I'm speaking on my own and all of that disclaimers, but I don't find that for my clients, for the families whose investments that I look after, this is not of interest to them, or it might be for 1 or 2. It is really a personal interest. And so it's all, so when I personally make an investment in something space oriented, it's because I know the risks involved. I can handle the risks involved, and I will choose to do that on my own. I don't go out and recommend it to people because it still is not appropriate for many of the people that I look after. So it's definitely a personal interest. And will it ever? I mean, there's a few things now that people can actually invest in other than say investing in Boeing, and really you're getting an airline company with a tiny bit of space, or Lockheed and getting a defense company with a little bit of space. There's, for instance, that one of the things that happened this year that's really exciting is Kathy Wood, who runs the ARC series of ETFs. She created a space fund. And having said that, when you look at the holdings in the fund, they're pretty much benign, unfortunately. They're not really any of the new companies that you've been talking to or that are exciting. So I have high hopes for it to evolve, but right now, you know, in a way, it doesn't look that different from any of her other innovation funds. So it is space, but some of the companies, you gotta say, I don't know, Amazon, you know,
It's almost
Amazon
more
does
like
not
a
own Blue Origin. So it's not
Yeah.
like you're getting any exposure to Blue Origin by buying Amazon, but, you know, maybe you support Jeff and he can put some of his money in.
Yeah, or you're
Marginal, you
saying
know,
it's
but
using
exciting.
their optimization and logistics are using satellite-based services so they can call it space. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost like space is just a seasoning, a salt and
Or,
pepper.
or,
And
or a flavor du jour, you know.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, or a hashtag that gets people's attentions or something like that.
yeah.
But
I hadn't thought about
misleading, maybe not. It's hard to say, but it's still,
yeah.
you know, better than nothing, and it's the first step. And I see somebody said something about SPACs, so.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anybody knows what a SPAC is, as the acronym is a Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation. And it's, again, an interesting, a really fascinating development. And it seems funny because SPAC and space, you know, you just drop the E and they go together. But there's SPACs in a ton of other industries. It's not just in space. And they've been around for a long time, but they weren't really used. And when you, and I have mixed feelings about them. They seem to be being used more to fast track in initial public offerings that might not meet the criteria otherwise for the stock exchange. So you're going and trying to get around the rules, which, you know, is good and bad. But they also make a ton of money for their sponsors. So sometimes the sponsors, they make money before the company goes public itself. So in that interim period when it's more a SPAC than the company that they're acquiring. So I find them fascinating, and they may and other than Virgin Galactic, for instance, this ARC, and it's not even in the ARC portfolio, but they have bought it, and it came out of a SPAC. So so I think they're interesting. I think they bring a lot of companies to the market. I was very surprised to see that Planet had announced that they were going to go public through a SPAC, because I think they could have done it without the SPAC. But it definitely enlarges the ecosystem to have these companies have an ability to go public that they didn't otherwise have. And the more companies that are public, the more little investors can participate in it, whereas before that's been really difficult for them to participate in it because there's no companies that they could easily buy on the stock exchange, so, or very few.
Yeah, and my impression, in addition to the other benefits of the SPAC, is that they get a lot of press. So one of those companies you mentioned that the Planet that didn't really need to do a SPAC, perhaps they've done it for the publicity.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen the rationale, but definitely they have revenues and things like that. So it's an interesting. It's definitely an interesting dynamic, and so it'll be good to see, and it'll be interesting to see if it ends up in some of these portfolios that are being created as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Because one of the things about, I was talking a little bit about emerging industries earlier, and one of the characteristics of an emerging industry is there's an awful lot of companies created, a lot of creation of companies. Let's say launch, okay, for example, there may be the last quote that I had heard was there's over 200 launch companies, startups. Some are bigger than others. Obviously, probably SpaceX is in there, but you know, it's not the business plan. Some business plan competitions are almost exclusively launch companies. Not all those companies are going, and so with an emerging industry, you know, not all of those companies are going to survive. So it's really nice if you could have some kind of a fund that buys this fund, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, some of them are going to go bankrupt, but hopefully you get the one that's going to survive, as opposed to just buying one and, you know, having the uncertainty as to whether you've made the right choice. In addition to that, there's some VC funds that are specifically focused on space, and that's a really interesting development. And you've had people from them on the judges on the business plan competition, but it's really nice to see that they're starting to do that. And I've put some money into one of them because, again, it gives you some diversification without having to make a whole lot of individual purchases. So, and there's also starting to have interest in their funds from other VC funds who will just buy their fund as a piece to get exposure to the space industry. So that's a really fascinating development as well.
Yeah, different layers of diversification opportunities as people dip their toes into the industry.
Yeah. But with any emerging industry, there's usually a phase that they go through that a lot of the companies do go under. And so, you know, I don't know if we've been through that phase yet, but it is something to consider, and or they've been failing silently in the case of launches, for instance.
Yeah. So talk about it. That sort of brings us back to business plan competitions. Talk about a couple of the things within this ecosystem that you look for in a company that you think might be among those that survive an iteration and are worthy of investment.
So the things that I look for are a little bit personally biased because, you know, there's lots of satellite companies, let's say Planet, that are likely to be very successful. But to me, they don't add anything to our ability to live and thrive beyond Earth. So they're not of interest to me, even though they could make lots of money, because they don't really fit the enabling criteria. You know, you can't build on what they're doing. It's really good to be able to observe Earth and help farmers, and everything that satellite industry does is fantastic, but it's not really space enabling. So I have a little less interest in those. But one of the things that I always, first of all, as everybody has already said, I'm sure in other events, is the people are really important. And Brett, because I was at the event that he won the competition, you know, coachability is definitely a factor that all of the VCs and everybody else looks at when they look at people, and he was very coachable. But also the assumption. I find the one thing that a lot of the time people don't take into consideration is when someone professional is looking at your business plan, they're going through, and in their mind, they're looking for what assumptions you're making. And it's better to state them out front than it is to, sort of hide them. And there's enough people doing due diligence these days for space investors that, you know, your facts are going to be checked. In the early days when the Ansari X Prize was on, we had a company come to my head office, and I had just talked to them about something else, about my space interests. And so they called me up and said, Eva, they've got the space company, and, you know, can you look at what they're telling us? And they were suggesting that a Space Act agreement was like money, whereas a Space Act agreement with NASA is definitely not like money. It can involve money at times, but mostly it's just an exchange of information. And so they were presenting information in such a way that was deceptive at best, you know, and but the assumptions are a really important part of it. And I used launch as the example earlier, but there's still a lot of things like, you know, companies are assuming that this is going to be available for them at the time. They haven't actually investigated and got any quotes though, et cetera, et cetera. And so, so that's the one thing that I find is a lot of companies, when they're doing a business plan, is they don't think through what assumptions are visible in the business plan, and they don't address them directly, because if they're addressed directly, then they are dismissed almost immediately. The other thing is in terms of the people, is the ability to execute, because sometimes you'll find a team has a great idea, but you look at the people and you think, I don't believe you can carry this off. And if you had other people involved in it who maybe had more experience or different kinds of experiences, then the the idea might be pursued a little further.
Yeah.
Another little thing is, most of the time, people are constantly asking you to sign non-disclosure agreements. There's very little that I'm ever told. In fact, I'm not sure I have ever been told anything under an NDA that I didn't already know. And just, we don't want to do this. Don't ask for it. It's not that secret. And it's all about the execution, because really, you can have the same goals and the same objectives, but the ability of one person to do it and another team to do it are very different.
That's very good advice. Just before we move on to our next speaker, just a very brief answer. You are a scuba diver, and that's a certain type of risk. Can you just compare space investing and scuba diving for our last comment?
Okay, that's a different question. Well, first of all, with both, as long as you know what you're doing and you understand what risks are involved, it's actually, scuba diving is a very zen experience. In a way, it's a little like, I imagine space to be EVA to be in terms of, floating in space and being under the water. Both of them are kind of, I guess, zen. I don't know what to say, but more than anything else, as long as you know what you're doing and you know what risks are involved, no problem. It's pretty easy to do. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Eva.
Thanks, Lee.
It's been a delight to have you on and just getting to know you a little bit. Thank you so much.
Great conversation. Thank you.
All right. Our next three speakers will talk about habitats. Bill Kemp is the founder of United Space Structures and designer of USS space architectures and robotics used for construction. USS is patent pending for in-space architectures and robotics, and currently they have designed architecture and robotic systems for constructing large structures either on the moon or Mars within lava tubes. United Space Structures is currently planning for a 6-year research and development process for robotics in architecture, and construction will start in 2029 on the moon. Bill is an award-winning program and project manager with more than 35 years of experience in mission-critical architecture, electrical, mechanical, and civil engineering design, who has also worked with large national and international architectural and engineering firms. He is experienced in government and private industry with a focus on data centers, NOC, command centers, hospitals, and research facility design, and he has been involved in all phases of the project, from marketing and pitch to design and development and construction administration. Bill, welcome, and thank you for being here. You have the screen.
Hi, Lee. Thanks. I appreciate it very much. I have a slide deck if you wanted me to share.
Yes, I'll let you know when we can see it.
Okay. All right, hold on a second.
There we go.
Let me get in present mode here. Well, good day, everyone. Thanks for attending the conference. I'm very excited to speak with you today. Yeah, United Space Structures is a design, construction, and real estate development company. We intend to build real estate on the moon and then on Mars. Eventually, who knows, maybe we'll go to Titan. But, we're going to start with the moon, and we're going to build large structures on the moon. Lee mentioned that we're going to be building within lava tubes, but as I will show you here in a moment, we have additional architectures for the surface also. If our long-term survival is at stake, we have a basic responsibility to our species to venture to other worlds. This was said by Carl Sagan. I really miss that guy. But we are really in danger of potentially, eliminating ourselves if we just stay on planet Earth. So we need to move out into the solar system, and the question is how do you do that in an economical and safe and a prosperous way? So what if we're able to build structures in space, and not just small structures, but large structures, structures large enough to create industries and become financially self-sustaining? What if we can build those facilities on the moon and Mars and beyond? So our vision is to provide habitation capabilities to enable lunar and Martian commerce to thrive in support of human exploration, resources consumption to become Earth independent, and establishing permanent, sustainable human presence on the moon and Mars. Our mission is to design and develop a lunar and Martian architecture capability that enables a thriving space economy to support humans working and living on the moon within a decade, and to be among the first private companies to establish a presence on Mars in the future colony proposed by SpaceX. So we're intending to initially build a tower. As you can see here on the right-hand side, this is our lava tube tower. It looks similar to an Earth-based tower, and we're gonna build this within the lava tube, and it's a 25-story structure. It's 188,000 square feet. That's 17,000 square meters, and that's habitable space, pressurized space. So it's really rather large, and the whole idea is to build this thing large enough so that hundreds of people can occupy the structure at a time. And we feel that the scale of the project is really vital, because if you're going to create a lunar economy and you're going to make space pay for itself, financially independent, then you have to build it large enough to support industries on the moon. So we're going to have a variety of tenant types. Obviously, one of the first tenant types is going to be lunar miners. But then, once you mine the material, then you have to process it. So we're going to have processing companies also within our facility. And then we're going to have manufacturers that take those processed materials and turn them into things that people need either on the moon or launched into orbit, the lunar orbit, so that you can start to build the infrastructure for the solar system. And so, we're gonna have those three groups, but we're also gonna have scientists, space scientists like NASA and ESA and JAXA and all the rest of the national space agencies. They're gonna be able to have space within our facility to not only explore the surface of the moon, but also within the lava tubes of the moon, which there's currently 62 known lava tubes. There may be many more. And there's lava tubes on Mars also. So, in addition to that, we're going to have space tourism. And a lot of that is going to be companies that want to, come to our facility and see, what it's like, and see what our facilities can provide for them and their company. And then, they may lease out space within our facility. And then, finally, we're going to have data centers. Data centers are going to be for, processing and storing data for the moon, about the moon. But we're also going to have clients on Earth that want to have ultra secure data storage and or processing that they can have access to 24/7, regardless of what's happening on Earth. So there's lots of different activities, including food production and food service, and we're gonna make this pretty pretty spacious and luxurious, and people are gonna come there to stay for a couple weeks at a time, short term. So we're looking to be a design, construction, and real estate development company that's going to own and operate these facilities, and then we're going to lease them out to a variety of tenants, either short-term or long-term. So in addition to the lava tube and the structure on the surface here, that's a rover port. That's how you get on and off the moon. And then below the rover port there, you see within the lava tube, you see the towers. And so that's where, people are actually going to be staying, is within the towers. And then there's sky bridges that'll connect the, future towers together so that you can move from tower to tower without going out on the surface. Now, on the left-hand side here, you see two other kind of architectures. Those are our surface architectures. So we are geographically agnostic. We can build wherever clients want to build. If they want to mine the lunar regolith, at the South Pole or North Pole, where there's permanent shadowed craters where ice is, then we can build it there. Or if they want to go on the equator or the backside of the moon, or wherever the clients want to have a facility, we can build that facility. So the value proposition, space architecture and settlement is at a tipping point. We're at a paradigm shift. I know it's an overused phrase, but we're truly at a different stage in which we're no longer building structures here on Earth and shipping them into space and bolting them together, much like the ISS. We're to the point where we can actually gather lunar resources or Mars resources and convert that into building materials that we can then build large structures large enough to create industry. So what we've designed is our robotic systems and a construction process that allows us to do this, we think, fairly simply. And the elegance of the system is in its simplicity. So we can teleoperate these from Earth, and so you're not going to have people out on the surface with picks and shovels and building things. You're going to be using the robotics to build the superstructure, and then once the superstructure is built and sealed, we're going to be able to then add atmosphere and heat it and condition it and add lights, and then the rest of the interior of the structure can be built out in a shirt sleeve environment for humans. So the idea is to create a robust, simple, scalable, and safe facilities. This is a bold and aggressive idea. It's large scale facilities. Most of the facilities that you're going to see everywhere else on the planet, they're wonderful ideas, don't get me wrong, but they're only going to house a few people at a time. This includes Artemis and every other company and country in the world. They're thinking small, and we need to think much bigger. So we're looking for collaboration and partnership opportunities. We're going to be the construction company, the design company, and the one that's going to operate these facilities. But we're going to need other people to provide other capabilities. We're working with two of the leading space robotics companies that'll be building our robotics. We're working with two universities that'll be doing our structural work. And so, we're going to look for a lot of opportunities to partner with companies because, we're not going to do it all. We're going to need things like power, and everyone thinks, well, just use solar power. Well, that's great, but the problem is solar power only works 2 weeks out of a month because of the way the moon doesn't spin. It's tidally locked. It means that you have two weeks of daylight and 2 weeks of night. So solar power works sometimes, but not always. So we're going to need nuclear power. So we're going to need to partner with companies that can provide things like that or other engineering systems. So the surface architecture is scalable both in height and diameter. So we can make it in as many stories as you want, as large a diameter as you need to satisfy the client's needs to do whatever they're going to be doing. So it's all customer driven requirements. The surface architecture, the advantage to the lava tube is that you're going to have 30 to 50 meters of regolith overhead. So you don't have to worry about the most dangerous thing about space, which is radiation. So we don't have to build the lava tube architecture to withstand that radiation or the temperature swings. But on the surface, it's a whole different matter. You have a temperature delta swing of 500 degrees, and so that is pretty intense. And then you have constant radiation either from the sun or from cosmic radiation. So day or night, whether the sun is shining or not, you're always being bombarded. So we're going to, for the surface architectures, we're going to have a double wall construction and then fill the cavity with a material that will not only protect it from radiation, but also from the temperature swings. So this is our cylindrical tower facility. And here's some cross sections and some details about the facility. The idea is to provide, an atmosphere that's either same as on Earth or a little higher in elevation here on Earth, so that people can breathe. Funny, people want to breathe. But yeah, we can make these facilities whatever scale that the client needs, and the roof can either be transparent, which is okay for short periods of time, especially if you have solar shades to protect them from radiation, or it could be a solid dome. So we can go with a variety of different tops. This shows you a little bit more about the center core. This is going to have a stairway. It's also going to have an elevator in the middle of the stairway, and then you're also going to run your utilities through this so that it'll feed all of the different levels. Now you'll notice that there's some levels that are the floor is a little different in color. Those are bulkheads, much like a submarine where you have bulkheads every so often to protect in case there's a rupture. If there's a rupture on one of these floors, people will be able to go into the center core, which is always going to be safe and pressurized independently. And then they can move to another floor where the rupture did not happen. Now, of course, we're gonna design this thing so it doesn't rupture at all ever, but you have to plan for what if scenarios. This is just another look at the center core, how it's laid out. We're gonna have hatches, at every floor. to seal up the center core. This is our conical tower. Again, this is another surface architecture. Again, it's scalable both in diameter and height. So, you can have either translucent or transparent cap, or you can have a solid, material for the cap. So the idea is to make these facilities so that it satisfies all the clients' requirements. So whether it's 3 stories or 8 stories, we can design it to build, whatever the client needs. So based on the construction process, we can build these things, it's really an elegant system of construction. It uses robotics, and it'll be simple and straightforward, and exciting to watch from here on Earth. So as I said, there's 62 known lava tubes on the moon. There's also lava tubes on Mars. Many of these are tens of kilometers long. So, this tower facility, it's only 100 feet in diameter by 300 feet tall. So we can build many of these within each lava tube. So, radiation and meteors aren't going to be a problem within the lava tube. These are patent pending architectures and robotics that we've designed. And the goal is over the next 6 years, we're going to start building these facilities, or we're not going to build them. We're going to design them. We're going to design for the next 6+ years, all of the different architectures, all the different robotics, and we're going to test them out, make sure that they work completely, and then we're going to send them up and start to do our work around 2029, hoping to have it open and ready for clients move in by 2031. So we've identified 3 sites on the moon that have lava tubes, and our goal is to do a survey mission, hopefully by 2023, late 2023, to go to these sites. And we're gonna use robotic systems or what are commonly referred to as penetrators that are launched down to the surface from lunar orbit, and they'll be able to look below the surface and be able to see the lava tube cross section. And that's important for us as designers, because we need to understand how wide and how tall the lava tube is, so that we can design to that scale. So whether it's larger or smaller than what we're assuming, we can adjust our design. But we need to be able to go to the site. The first time we go there is going to be robotic. Then eventually, once we pick one of these 3 sites, then we'll actually send people there and do more in-depth analysis of the structural integrity of the lava tube and so forth, so that we can design towards that. So again, this is another picture of the lava tube and its size, its orientation. And this is a notional master plan. So the, I don't know if you could see my cursor, but the lava tubes are going to be down here near the radiator field and the solar array field. And then we're going to have some additional storage, and We're going to have our nuclear fission power plant over here, and then we'll have mining operations to the left here, and storage tanks of materials and processing of those materials. So that's our notional master plan of the overall site. Again, this is the rover port, shows you, the airlocks and the logistics modules, how to get on and off, whether you're, stepping out in person or whether you're boarding a vehicle to then a rover that would then go further away. This is how you're going to be able to ingress and egress from the surface. Again, the tower is going to be broken up in different functions. The structures in green here are bulkheads for protection. The blue are just standard Ford designs. You're going to have food production, and you're going to have medical bays for emergencies. So operating rooms and things like that. You're going to have data centers. You're going to have scientific labs. You're going to have a lot of different functionalities within this facility. So in summary, the space architecture and settlement is at a tipping point. We're about to go into a whole different realm of thinking about space, because space has to be self-sustaining financially. It has to. We need to create an Earth-independent lunar economy that's robust and scalable. And so we feel that our architecture allows that to happen in an economical and safe way that allows us to venture out into the solar system. And the next phase after discovery is building out the infrastructure. So, we need materials to build out that infrastructure, and the moon is the most logical place to go. So USS is going to be doing crowdfunding on Net Capital here very soon. If you're interested in investing in space or investing in USS and what our aspirations are, please check out Net Capital and stay tuned for our offering there very soon. And these are some of the tentative partnerships and collaborations that we're going to be working with. This is just a partial list. It's always expanding, and that's it.
Thank you so much for sharing your exciting plans. And the key comment I got is, how can we move faster?
Well, it's a funny thing. Nobody likes to work for free. So
That is funny, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working for 2 years, and my partners have been working for 2 years, and we've been working for free. But we believe in this. We know it's possible. Chris Kennedy, who was also on the first page I mentioned, he's a co-founder. Chris was working for NASA for 30 years. He's now retired, but he's a space architect, and I came up with this idea of this construction process, and I sent it to him, and he immediately got it. So he's very excited. So it all revolves around having enough money, which is a resource that makes things happen, to be able to get to do the hard work, the 6+ years of research and development in developing the robotics and the construction process and the architecture and the engineering systems. And then, we'll build it. Now, if we can go faster, we will, certainly. But, we're going to do it safely. And, because that's really the primary goal for an architect, whether it's on Earth or in space, is to build safe facilities. So, we're going to build the safest facility we can and not cut any corners. Because we want this facility to last potentially for hundreds of years.
Yeah, in our prior conversation, you talked about N+1 redundancy. And I liked seeing that built in, you know, despite the Titanic, you have your segments in case anything goes wrong. I think that just highlights the attention to detail that you've put in as an architect, as well as someone with space dreams.
Yeah, N+1 redundancy is a hard requirement for mission critical facilities, and this is a mission critical facility, simply because you're 3 days at best away from Earth, and so uh, I'm also a scuba diver, and so you've got to ask yourself, uh, how far away do you want to be from your next breath of air? So you need to be able to have uh, air and water and food, and you got to have all those different things, and you got to have N+1 redundancy, and you need power, reliable power, baseline power. So yeah, there's a lot of redundancy that goes into these systems.
And then we were also asked, are you in touch with the University of Houston, who has some similar faculty expertise that might be good partnership?
Yeah, well, actually, Chris Kennedy is a teacher there, so yeah, you
So
could
the
say
answer to that one
they're
is
in house already. But
um,
no, we're going to be partnering with many different companies and universities.
great. In a recent article in Ad Astra, there was a discussion about structures in lava tubes and the pros and cons. And one of the concerns was the thickness and brittleness of the surface covering of the lava tubes, given that we've seen some collapsed structures on the various satellite passes. Talk about sort of, is there a plan B in case that surface structure can't be placed directly on top of the subsurface structure?
Right. So if you look at pictures from NASA of these lava tube, what they call skylights, these are areas that collapsed about 1 billion years ago. When the lava was flowing beneath the surface, and there were weak spots, and so they've been weak for a very, very long time. But we don't want to build in a weak area like the skylights. We're gonna go to a pristine area where there's a lava tube below, and we're gonna drill down and build our center core, and then from the inside, the lava tube on the surface, we're gonna on the floor of the surface, we're gonna start building up towards the apex of the lava tube, and so our structure will actually help to underpin structurally the lava tube to make it more stable. But we'll do a lot of analysis on the lava tube before we actually pick the site to make sure that it's a good fit.
Great. Well, Bill, it's wonderful to hear your plans and the updates since the last time you and I spoke. I really appreciate your time.
Okay. Well, thanks, Lee. I appreciate the opportunity.
Great to see you again.
Yep.
All right, Shirley Dyke. Dr. Shirley Dyke holds a joint appointment in mechanical engineering and civil engineering at Purdue University. She is the director of the NASA-funded Resilient Extraterrestrial Habitat Institute, or RETHI, and the director of Purdue's Intelligent Infrastructure Systems Lab at Bowen Lab. Dyke is also the editor-in-chief of the journal Engineering Structures. Her research focuses on the development and implementation of intelligent structures, and her innovations encompass structural control technologies, structural health monitoring, real-time hybrid simulation, and machine learning and computer vision for structural damage assessment. She was awarded the Presidential Early Career Award for Scientists and Engineers from NSF in 1998 and the International Association on Structural Safety and Reliability Junior Research Award, as well as the Anne Christ Young Investigator Award. Shirley, it's so great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and your slides
Okay.
are already up. I will
Great.
mute myself to get the feedback.
Sounds good. I wish I had turned off my messaging tool, but it may go off periodically. So thank you very much for the invitation. What I would like to talk about today is what we call the RETH Institute, the Resilient Extraterrestrial Habitats Institute. And this is a project funded by NASA. We have a $15 million institute over 5 years, and we're just about 2 years, a little less than 2 years into the project. And what we're really focused on is fundamental research that focuses on resilience, trying to understand how these systems can be made to be resilient. And when I say these systems, I mean space habitats. We're mostly focused on surface habitats, not necessarily orbital, but we believe that the principles that we're looking at are going to also help a lot when it comes to orbital habitats or going to the moon. But right now we're thinking mostly about, about going to Mars. But right now we're thinking mostly about the moon. And just to give you an idea, we had a small group of faculty here at Purdue who started by studying lava tubes. We were trying to understand the stability characteristics under moonquakes of the lava tubes. And we also started dealing with the concept of resilience. And then this NASA solicitation came along and we said, hey, let's write a proposal. So we expanded the team. We started thinking about these highly interconnected space habitats and all the things that really can go wrong and how to keep them safe. And so this concept that I'm going to show you is what we've come up with and what we're working on right now. So we do have a lot of experience with extreme conditions, but only on Earth, right? We know a lot about how to build things even at Antarctica, underwater, building something like a biosphere that is completely isolated from the world around it. And we know how to deal, for the most part, with earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, and floods. They still wreak havoc on our cities. And what we need to do is to take all of that knowledge and look at what happens in space, because this environment is more hostile than anywhere on Earth. It's much more extreme by at least an order of magnitude, maybe a couple. And yet our systems that are going to live there have complicated interactions. And so when one thing happens, it's cascading. It cascades right through the habitat in many cases, and we have to stop that from happening. So we were just talking about redundancy. NASA deals with safety in some very systematic and very typical ways. And we're trying to kind of bring some alternate ways of dealing with this, with safety, into the picture, okay? So our vision is to enable the design and realization of smart and resilient space habitats. And when I say smart, what I mean is that these are able to have some built-in intelligence that allows them to react, that allows them to make certain decisions with humans in some cases, and maybe without humans in some cases. These are habitats that may also be crewed and uncrewed. There might be times when there is no human present, which is the gateway concept that NASA has been talking about, right? And what we really want to do is try to use these concepts in our research to propel space exploration forward. We want to collaborate with other people. We want to collaborate with NASA centers and industry, and we're doing that to a certain extent within the project. And as we've mentioned, as the previous speaker actually spoke about quite a bit, there are a lot of natural hazards in this very hostile environment, and we know what many of these are. And there may be things that we haven't found out yet, but there's the internal hazards, there's the things that can happen inside of the habitat, and then there's the external hazards that can also create difficulties and unsafe conditions for the habitat. We're really trying to deal with both of them and try to balance both of them, and that brings in this concept of decision making that I mentioned. But these disruptions, we can't prevent them. It's going to be impossible to prevent these over maybe a 50 or 100-year life cycle of a habitat. You know, until now, the longest duration, I believe, for any of our NASA products has been about 20 or 25 years. The ISS has been in space for 20 years. I know that because when I was graduating as an undergrad is when they were starting the building process. And there have been disruptions frequently, right? And we don't hear about all of these, but they happen, and they get dealt with in some very systematic ways, but also sometimes a little bit of luck, right? But we want to figure out how to systematically deal with these disruptions that occur and how to use the capabilities of the habitat even when we do not know a disruption might occur. So we want to deal with the unanticipated hazards. And that's where, on the left-hand side, I'm defining smart habs. Smart habs that have the ability to use sensing and anticipation and decision-making, but they also have the ability to learn, okay? And so we're looking at this from a very fundamental research perspective, trying to understand what are the capabilities for dealing with these complex systems now. So smart habs are going to have sensors of several types, fault detection capabilities, diagnosis capabilities, situational awareness to understand the state of the habitat, the ability to have some intelligence and some decision-making capabilities. It's going to be a long time before that becomes like HAL in 2001 Space Odyssey, but we can do certain things now, and we need to know the limitations of what we can do and what we can't do, most importantly. And robotic maintenance and repair. Again, this is something where full autonomy is going to be very difficult, but we can gradually make significant steps in that direction. And we're looking at how valuable this is, especially in an uncrewed habitat. We view these tools as our toolkit for resilience. And we're trying to learn how to use this toolkit in the most effective way that we can with our research. So if you think about a smart hab, and this is a notional real habitat that we've kind of designed for purposes of illustration for the project. We're not designing a habitat, just to make that clear. We're not trying to design a habitat, but we put together this concept so that we could have something to kind of convey our story and understand this better. A habitat on the surface is going to have some sort of protection from radiation. Regolith is one option, and so we're using regolith in our concepts to protect the habitat. The living spaces are obviously going to be very tight because they take a lot of resources. The sleeping quarters may even be down at the bottom, unlike in in a earthbound habitat where we have to have an exit. Here, there's nowhere to exit to, so we want to protect people from radiation. And we're also going to have to maintain the structural integrity as well as the integrity of all of the subsystems. So for example, sensors are going to be used to detect when there's structural damage. And so all of the systems, if I try to kind of focus on the main systems, the main subsystems, we have a life support system with active thermal control. We have power generation systems, maybe a couple of different types. We have robots that need to perform maintenance, basic maintenance, but they also are going to take care of the whole habitat when there's a dormant period. Life support systems, and then one of the main focuses of our research is this command and control, and how does it actually take care of this entire habitat from the perspective of keeping it in a safe zone. For example, environmental control and life support is highly interconnected with the structure. So when there is a moonquake, there's going to be vibration. Here on Earth, when there's an earthquake, we have piping systems that burst into flames. We have to think about all of these types of concerns. So this is just one example, but there's a lot of interconnectedness, and that is what makes this into a complex system. So a complex system is a system with emergent behavior that's unpredictable when you look at the individual subsystems. But when you want your whole system, when you look at the whole system together, that you see these behaviors that are not necessarily expected. So what we've started with to study these complex systems is a database of our hazardous states. Okay, so this is a traditional technique that NASA has been using. We went through and we started with our original 19 disruptions, and just with our simple habitat system, with the systems I described a few minutes ago in my diagram, we got to 186 interconnected hazardous states, okay? And so safety is a high priority. We are continually adding to this database because we only included this, in the first year, we basically came up with all of these hazardous states, and we're working toward trying to understand how to protect the habitat during each of these from a resilience perspective rather than from a traditional fault detection or fault management perspective, okay? So we define safety as a control problem. What does that mean? What that means is that we're trying to figure out which of our tools in our toolkit for resilience we should pull out for a given problem. So when something happens, how urgent is it? What's the priority of this particular issue that has come up? And which tool do we pull out of our toolkit? And even more importantly, when we don't know the source of the problem and we only see the symptoms, which tool is going to be the one that's most effective? So we're looking at this from a very fundamental level, trying to understand how to make this control effectiveness. How can each of our tools in our toolkit be measured in terms of its effectiveness for dealing with faults? So we start off in our process is to the right. We define some scenarios, some faults, and some safety controls, and we build our test environments. That's simulation, but it's also cyber-physical testing. We learn about control effectiveness and trade studies. We perform trade studies and how to do this, and then we cycle through this loop again. Okay, so that's kind of our process. But the overall idea is that as this is a simple diagram showing that there's unsafe regions, unsafe states for our habitat, and there's safe regions. And we want to keep the habitat in a safe state. And whether we have passive controls, which could mean the bulkheads that were used in the previous example, structural, maybe making it a thicker member, adding regolith or something like that, whatever it is that's a passive control, we're trying to keep it. But when the passive controls no longer work and we have to apply active controls, we have to make decisions, we actually apply control theory in terms of pulling in the right decisions so that we keep our entire habitat in a safe state. So really, this problem of resilient and sustainable habitats is a question of how do we select, manage, and use the limited resources. And that could be the resources locally, on site, in situ resources, but it could also be what we take with us. In fact, that's what for the most part, that's what we're limiting ourselves to right now. And we have three thrusts. The first question is, what is the architecture? What are the tools? What did we bring with us? The second one is, what is the decision and the response that is most appropriate? And the third thrust, the robotics thrust, is how do we make actions? How do we realize actions when they need to be taken? So with those three research thrusts, we're trying to achieve the goals that are here in this box. A comprehensive resilience framework is our overarching objective that will allow us to develop these smart habs with autonomous capabilities and decision-making capabilities. We have three different simulation frameworks that we use for purposes of testing out our ideas. The first is an MCVT, which is called the Modular Coupled Virtual Testbed. And that's a simulation environment, plug and play. So one day we could plug in a structure made of steel, or steel's not a good example, titanium. And another time we could plug in a structure made of regolith, and another time we could plug in a structure made of composites. Consider different models for different systems and how they interact with all of the other systems. The second one is the control-oriented dynamic computational model. And what we really do there is predictive modeling, simple coarse models to predict the states of our system. And the last is a cyber-physical testbed that we're actually building here at Purdue in the laboratory. And what we're trying to do there is essentially validate the concepts that we're developing. So the goal is to develop situational awareness so that we can support autonomous operation and also just safe operation. And that really means that means knowing the current and the likely future states of the habitat. It requires us to detect and diagnose the faults and to think about how much autonomy is really appropriate and when is autonomy pushing too far beyond what is reliable scientifically at this point, so that when a fault does occur, that we want to be sure that we're making a safe decision, but we're also making a decision that's going to put us in the best position for that 50 or 100-year life cycle. We're focused a lot also on robotic repair and maintenance. And one of the things that we really focused on in this last year is how do you make the environment possible to suit the robots? Not just make it so that robots can control their environment, but how can the environment itself be designed or adjusted so that it's easier for robots to do what they're trying to do. And I think, so I was going to say I'm a little bit over time maybe, but I think we're okay. So this is our process. We start with this notional real habitat concept, the one that I showed earlier with all of the different subsystems, and we use that as a model on which we build simulation models. We use a MATLAB simulation environment that are coupled. Okay, so we're building this large coupled models, and then we try to assess the resilience of our architecture, and we're developing those control effectiveness metrics, different ways of measuring resilience and understanding how safe is our habitat, how resilient is our habitat to these disruptions. And then we can modify our architecture. So the concept here is iterative, and we're basically running through different candidate designs in a sense, to understand the pros and cons of the different designs. We're not trying to design a habitat again, we're just trying to understand what makes it successful and resilient and what makes it more challenging for the system to be resilient. So we've been thinking in terms of a couple of scenarios. Our first scenario is what we call the thermal management scenario, and it involves a meteorite strike that is actually penetrating the protective layer, the habitat and the structure, and causing some sort of breach. Whether the size of the breach is variable in our simulations, but the question is, what do we do about it? And can we look at all the different ways in which damage can propagate? And dust deposition is also going to be related to this, because it's going to, the meteorite strike is going to produce ejecta that's going to land on the solar panels and things like that. And how does the habitat, a smart habitat, deal with this long term? How does it deal with the decisions that need to be made? And so again, we're using the notional real habitat with these simulation environments. The MCVT is our core simulation. That's probably what we spent about 70 or 80% of our time on. It includes all of these subsystems on the left. Exterior environment is things like the external hazards. Interior environment is the space that the crew is actually living in. And we have all standard subsystems, just the core subsystems at this time. But we've produced this in such a way that it is damageable. The models are damageable, meaning they have faults. It's repairable, so that we can actually put it back, hopefully, to the condition it originally was in. And it has those embedded sensors. All of those are built into our simulation environment. And we're trying to answer these types of research questions. Can we capture these emergent behaviors, these unanticipated situations? Can we develop principles of resilience? How do we deal with a dormant state as opposed to a crude state? How can we make use of the robots to augment our awareness, to augment our sensing capabilities, and gather information and help the crew? Okay. And how could we partition the system in a way to do cyber-physical testing, which I'll explain in a moment? Okay. So let me describe very briefly in my last few slides these two other environments. The MCVT is really where we've spent the bulk of our time, but the CDCM and the cyber-physical testbed are really both taking off from that. So the CDCM and the cyber-physical testbed I'll show in the next couple of slides. So the CDCM, I gave it the name Control-Oriented Dynamic Computational Model. It's a lot of words, but what it really means is that it's a coarse habitat system that captures transitions. It captures it in a probabilistic sense. And what we're really trying to do is use this for two things. One is to perform trade studies so that we can understand the pros and the cons of different design concepts or different choices that we make in the architecture, okay? The other use for the CDCM is that decision-making aspect. We're really using the same tool for both of those things because it's this course model concept. And when we have to make a decision, we want to not only consider what we're going to do now or for the next hour, but we need to make a decision long term. If we have a habitat on Mars, for example, it could be a long time, up to a couple of years, before anything really gets, any resources actually arrive. So we need to make a decision that's going to protect the crew as much as possible and the mission as well. And so we want to run these probabilistic predictive simulations so that we can actually make those types of decisions. The second, or the last simulation environment is partly physical. So we've been using this concept of cyber physical testing, which is using computer models in cooperation in real time with physical models. And we've been using this in the earthquake engineering world for a long time, 30 or 40 years. And it's also similar to the concept of hardware in the loop, although I would argue that it's a little bit different. But what we're trying to do is to couple our physical models in the laboratory with computational models that will allow us to test different conditions. The neat thing about this idea is that one day our laboratory is in the moon, and the next day our laboratory is representing Mars. And we can consider all sorts of different scenarios by changing the computer models instead of changing the entire laboratory. The other thing, of course, is that it's more cost effective. So we are designing our cyber physical test bed and developing the acceptance criteria for which we will use to commission that in the near future. So in closing, let me just say that these systems have to operate safely. That is critical. And there are continuous disruptive conditions and limited resources. And all of those together make it a very difficult situation. The interconnected nature of these make the responses unpredictable at times. And so our goal as an institute, as a NASA institute, is to generate new knowledge that is going to support this concept of resilience and allow us to operate, manage, and design a habitat that's going to really change over the years that it operates. And hopefully in the future, that will be many, many years, on the order of 50 or 100 years. So that's what we're thinking about when we think about our concepts. So let me acknowledge, of course, NASA and our 4 university partners are Purdue University, the University of Connecticut, Harvard University, and the University of Texas, San Antonio. And our laboratories are at the Herrick Laboratories at Purdue, and our offices are at Discovery Park at Purdue. And here's our website if you're interested. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Shirley. Fascinating talk and a great mix of technical elements and great explanation of those technical elements for non-technical folks. So appreciate your attentiveness to the audience mix. That's a tough job. That's fun.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed seeing the database of hazardous states. That's not something that I had gotten to see before, and it reminded me of some of the talks yesterday, especially about health, where they were talking about trying to prioritize where you do the most problem solving because of the interactions. You don't know, do you have to solve this problem, or is that really not going to result in something that's impactful down the road? So I really enjoyed seeing that. As an oil and gas person, we have remote wells that are, a few hours to many hour drive from the offices where people manage those wells. And so there are some automated response tools that can behave on their own, but there's also typically a remote operations office where people are watching various parameters on computers and can instruct the location to do things as well. Is that realistic on the moon? Are the travel times of information currently ready for that kind of response as well?
Right. So on the moon, it's reasonable, but for Mars, it's going to be a challenge. So for the ISS, my understanding is that they have, if there's some sort of disruption for the International Space Station, there's immediately somewhere between 20 and 100 people who converge into a room and try to help deal with that situation. And so the manpower involved in dealing with these disruptions is significant, and it will be significant in these systems. If we can figure out a way to alleviate some of that That's what we're trying to do. It'll make a big change in how we can remotely deal with things. So remote management is always an option for the moon. It's going to be much more difficult for Mars.
Yeah, yeah. Also, you talked a little bit about Biosphere 2. Are you aware that that is being rebuilt and refurbished by Kai Statz, who is the COO of Cislunar Industries? They just did their first pressure test of the sealed environment. Is that a possible opportunity for your cyber physical test bed?
Actually, that's a very interesting, I did not know that. I'm interested to learn more about that. Yeah.
All right.
I think there could be some interesting things to do there. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Great. And then let's see. I'm not sure our next speaker has quite arrived yet. So if there's anything else you'd like to share, just for a minute, you're certainly welcome, or we'll just give a minute for me to reach out.
Well, what I'll mention is that if people are more interested in the work that we're doing in the subsystems, we do have a YouTube channel. You can find it under RETH Institute, or you can go to our website and find it. So that might be of interest. We had one of our annual reviews about a month ago, and we put together about 10 or 12 pretty nice short videos. So there's 30 minutes or so of videos if people are interested in.
That's great. And looks like we have a question from Kevin Russell. I think, can you type it into the chat? Oh, that's great.
Thank you.
Here, let's.
This is the checkers game where grandson and granddad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, thank you for unmuting me. Hi, Shirley, that was great. I have a question. As I just spent the last 5 years repairing and updating software for vast IoT networks for oil and gas, utility, and health and medical, aerospace, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, the 50 billion sensors of IoT that we're moving to, I became very familiar with the problems all organizations who use them face. So when you have those sensors out of those nodes doing that remote sensing, what is the thinking currently, if any, about the challenges that when those devices, specifically when they're firmware and or the central routing authority that's controlling the network changes something, have you thought about those challenges, or has anyone brought it to your attention? Because I could tell you vast amounts of stories of whole counties' water being shut off because the OEM customer came in during the weekend, changed the firmware, it cut a port off, and all of a sudden, voila, the county manager calls me and goes, I'm down. And then we dig into the problem. We find out that engineering back in the manufacturer changed a port configuration in a marketing meeting, but didn't tell engineering. And boom, these people's entire SCADA system is offline and they have no clean water or sewer. I can't remember the exact problem, but there were so many problems like that that I ran into, and I was just amazed. So,
you know, it's a good question. My cable goes out periodically, and I suspect that that's the reason, for a couple of days at a time. But I mean, we're not directly focused on that, although it is within the realm of the things that we're considering, these unanticipated disruptions. I think we're not trying to figure out how to prevent it yet. What we're focused on is how do you respond? And so when something unexpected happens, a system turns off unexpectedly or some unexpected behavior occurs, we're trying to figure out, how do we respond? How do we make sure that we have some safe state, of course, is an option, or how do we make a decision that's going to allow us to deal with that symptom until we can figure out what has happened. But with a team of about 20 professors and 30 graduate students, I don't think that we can deal with everything. So it's a little beyond our scope to deal with the firmware issue. Most of us are not computer scientists. On the other hand, we're trying to deal with the symptoms and how to respond. I would love to learn more about it, though. So if you want to reach out, we'd love to talk with you about that.
Shirley, would you like to share one of the videos that you talked about? And I don't know if you may have another meeting to run to, but if you'd like to try to share one of the videos that you've created on YouTube, you're certainly welcome at this time.
Sure. Let me.
While you're setting that up, I don't know, Eva Jane, are you still on? Hi, Leo, can you unmute Eva Jane while Shirley's queuing up a video? I'd like to ask.
There we go.
Thank you. Hey, have you started as an investor? Have you started to see some activity and some businesses cropping up on investing in habitats, and where is that sort of in the life cycle at this point, both for
as to a small extent. There's an organization out of Toronto called the Creative Distraction Lab, and they had
Hello,
a
everyone.
team that
My
was.
name is Herta Montoya.
That was my video starting. Sorry, go ahead.
They had a team that was focused on habitat involved in it. So that's probably the most I've seen. In my opinion, it's still early for commercial financing of habitat, unless there's terrestrial applications. And some of the things that I've seen about habitats, there has been terrestrial applications. And so my advice is to pursue anything terrestrial first and work on the space stuff on the side, because it's probably not going to pay off other than maybe grants and NASA research projects for a while. But if there's anything that's attributable to terrestrial, then for sure you might be able to make some money to keep yourself in business until you get to the stage that space can be utilized.
Fascinating.
You know,
that kind of harkens back to the value of these NASA programs that help advance us in our knowledge before it's an appropriate investment. So thank you so much for weighing in on that, Eva Jane.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do you see the YouTube
Yes.
page?
I see MathWorks website.
Okay, that's not the one. For some reason, I have a lot of Safari windows open. So
You're not alone.
let me close that for a second. Here we go. Let's get rid of that.
And Bill Kemp, while Shirley's getting her video queued up, you and Chris may also have a video that you'd be welcome to show in a few minutes, if you'd like.
Why it's not showing Safari?
There's a link here. If you'd like me to make an attempt as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Herta Montoya. I am a PhD student at Purdue University.
Hello, my name is Yuguang Fu. I'm a postdoc at Purdue University.
We will present the modular couple virtual testbed developed by the RETHI team. Deep space habitation is a grand challenge.
It's not sharing, right?
Space habitats are complex systems that make...
For some reason, when I have so many windows open that it's not liking that. So I'm going to send you the link.
Let me try There's one that someone put a link up for.
So I just dropped it. Oh, I didn't send it to everyone. Everyone.
Here's one. Is this one appropriate?
No, I don't even know whose that is. Sorry, that's someone else.
Okay, I'll grab this one.
That
And
might be from a few
that
years
means I
ago.
have to stop sharing my other screen. Oops, ads. I have to stop sharing my other screen and share one more time. Can you see that?
Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Herta Montoya. I am a PhD student at Purdue University.
Hello, my name is Yuguang Fu. I'm a postdoc at Purdue University.
We will present the modular couple virtual testbed developed by the RethI team. Deep space habitation is a grand challenge. Space habitats are complex systems that may exhibit unpredictable interactions and interdependencies due to the demands of extreme environments. The Modular Coupled Virtual Testbed, or MCVT, represents a notional real habitat consisting of various systems and human and robot agents. All these subsystems, like structural, power, interior, and exterior environment, to name a few, are closely interconnected, and its modeling concept is approached as a system of systems to study their dynamics and interactions comprehensively. The development of MCVT is not to provide the design of a specific habitat, but to allow the team to carry out a wide array of quantitative research on resilience and autonomous operation of deep space habitats. What is MCVT? MCVT is a real-time, physics-based simulation to capture unpredictable interactions in a high degree of technical complexity. In addition, it serves as a control-theoretic approach to resilience, providing the team a testing plan to refine and evaluate our control effectiveness metric. It also enables our team to identify the health management requirements for an autonomous smart habitat, and it provides the platform to develop our cyber-physical testbed and reflective framework for performance management. The real-time simulation environment of MCVT is written in MATLAB and built upon its Simulink platform to model and simulate the integrated habitat as a system of systems. The 6 system blocks on the right-hand side represent the 6 physics-based models of the current MCVT: structural, power, ECLES, interior environment, health management and agent, and the exterior environment. By generically decomposing each MCVT subsystem, it was possible to identify and categorize the main interface elements and interactions. The MCVT subsystem interactions are the following: cyber and physical interdependencies, all rigorously handled within the coordination block on the left-hand side. Disturbances from the exterior environment, and interventions from the command and control and agent system. We adopted a network representation technique known as the design structure matrix to enhance and facilitate the modeling and integration of the MCVT subsystems. The primary purpose of the design structure matrix is to identify data flow, interface conditions, and operational modes. An off-diagonal X mark indicates the presence of an interaction, while an unmarked cell signifies the absence of it. 2 design structure matrices, 1 crude and 1 dormant, were developed for MCVT. Matrices are part of a simple platform with interaction specifications. This platform graphically specifies an interaction and directly links the user to a page that provides interaction specifications, such as the type of interaction, size of the signal, sampling rate, signal units, and any helpful additional notes. The design structure matrix was a critical tool to identify operational dependencies and facilitate integration among subsystem models.
Built upon the design structure matrix, we also established an implementation table to clarify model requirements, track development progress, and facilitate integration by isolating potential errors. A total number of 8 critical items are listed to check. We are organized in 4 phases, such as standard formats, sample time consistency, plan execution, and code compilation. Each subsystem has different dynamic behavior and different computation costs. Therefore, they have different optimal simulation rates. We have developed multi-rate simulation to meet their requirements and minimize computation time. It is realized by carefully handling rate transition between base rates and specific subsystem rates. In the end, it can save up to 90% of computation time without compromising high-fidelity simulation. Furthermore, to manage the new change from developers and fix bugs found by users, we have rigorous version control using GitHub, coordinating the developments among more than 5 task groups. So far, we have built 3 versions for end users, and each one is made by going through a systematic flowchart involving interactions with model developers, model integrators, and subsystem leaders. Finally, to host and simulate the MCVT in real time, we also build digital infrastructure for real-time systems and high-throughput communication network. Extensive testing has been carried out to evaluate their both sequential and parallel execution. The performance profile for different communication options are also made, including delay and bandwidth. To demonstrate the overall functionality of MCVT and digital infrastructure, an example scenario is executed in 1 host PC and 2 real-time systems, which are interacted through UDP communication. It is accelerated to include many interesting cascading events within 1 minute simulation. Particularly, after meteorite impact, the structure is damaged, and internal temperature and pressure drop accordingly. Then the Eclipse is then working hard to maintain the interior environment. Upon receiving the damage detection signals, the agent moves to and repair the structure. Eventually, the habitat system recovered back to the normal conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great to watch right after you walked us. Oh, sorry. Escape.
So that was about 7 minutes or so. That's the longest of the videos. And then the rest of them are about 3 minutes each. And there's all the different subsystems and kind of a wrap up at the end of our test bed. So I don't think we want to watch them all as a group. I'm just giving you guys.
No.
So if someone's interested in nuclear, jump to the nuclear one or something like that. So.
All right, great. Well, our next speaker is willing to start a little bit early. So thank you very much, Shirley. Really excited to see your work and appreciate you staying on a little long to share some more details and look forward to following along with your progress.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you. And as we head into some really interesting discussions over the next 2 hours, including a word from our sponsor for today, I want to remind you that Foundation for the Future is a nonprofit that depends on your support to cover the cost of this event. If you've enjoyed our programming, please consider sponsoring our next event or making a donation at www.f4f.space. We are grateful for the generosity of our sponsors, donors, and members. And next, we'll be hearing about Saturday activities around space, arts, sports, recreation, and entertainment in our special segment, Saturday Space. Dana Tysoon Burgess is the first ever choreographer in residence for the Smithsonian. He directs Washington, D.C.'s premier dance company, Dana Tysoon Burgess Dance Company, now in its 29th season. The Washington Post has their Pulitzer Prize-winning dance critic Sarah Kaufman has said of Burgess, the artist is not only a Washington Prize, but a national dance treasure, and he's the poet laureate of Washington dance. His artistic focus explores the idea of cultural confluence, and many of Burgess's dances focus on the hyphenated person, someone who is of mixed ethnic or cultural heritage, as well as issues of belonging and societal acceptance. Burgess was named the Smithsonian's first choreographer in residence in 2016, a residency that continues through 2023. And for over 2 decades, he has served as a cultural ambassador for the U.S. State Department, an appointment he uses to promote international cultural dialogue through the global language of dance. He hosts the Slant podcast, available on all platforms. Dana, it's a delight to have you here.
Thank you so much, Lee. And I just must say, it's so wonderful to know you for so many years and in so many different incarnations, because many of you might not know that Lee is actually also an incredible dancer and had a wonderful dance career, and that's how we know each other. And we go back many years. So thank you so much for allowing me to be with you here today. You know, my presentation is really a story about the confluence of art and science. And it is quite a journey that went into creating a dance inspired by America's race to the moon. And the dance is called We Choose to Go to the Moon, and it premiered in 2015 at the Kennedy Center and has since toured to many locations. But the story actually begins, here it is, with, it's true, with Elroy from the Jetsons. So the Jetsons actually premiered in 1962 and ran through into 1963. And when I was a child growing up in the early 70s, I loved the Jetsons. And what's fascinating about the Jetsons is that it parallels our understanding of how the space race infiltrated our popular culture as well. Because in 1962 at Rice University, of course, the famous address to Rice by President Kennedy was entitled, We Choose to Go to the Moon. And that became a focal point of the dance that I created, and I'll be showing you some segments of it, because the same year that I happened to be traveling with this, with Elroy, I was on a plane going to my hometown of Santa Fe, New Mexico to visit my parents. And there was an empty seat next to me. And so my partner and I like to joke around and take Elroy everywhere. And so we buckled in Elroy into the empty seat. And right before the doors closed, unfortunately, or actually fortunately, one individual got on right as they were closing the door who happened to have Elroy's seat. So I was very embarrassed, and she said, oh, I see that Elroy is in my seat. And I said, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I unbuckled him. And then she sat down and she said, oh, I think I have something for Elroy. And she reached into her purse and pulled out a NASA patch. And she like placed it in his hands. And I thought, well, that's unusual that you would have a NASA patch. So she introduced herself, and her name was Barbara Zalon. And Barbara Zalon is actually the communications and community outreach specialist for NASA at the time, and is now in charge of communications for the Artemis project. So we spoke on this flight about the intersection of art and of science, and how creativity is at the crux of exploration and innovation. And so it was very interesting. And so at the end of the flight, she gave me her card, and it just really, the conversation very much resonated with me. And I went, to Santa Fe, and I always kept that card. Well, later in the year, on another trip to Santa Fe, I was faced with a situation where my father, who was 90, was unfortunately passing away. And the night that he passed away, I sat outside, and in Santa Fe, of course, in the desert, there is very little light pollution. And so I stared up at the sky, and I really had this amazing sense of wonderment that what all of humanity shares is the cosmos, is the heavens, so to speak. And so I also started thinking about, for several weeks after my father's passing, about the greatest generation. This generation of individuals who had served in World War II, who had grown up in the Depression and had somehow still been able to believe in a dream of America, and the dream to get to the moon when challenged by President Kennedy to do so. And so I started on a journey, and I called Barbara Zaylon, and I said, I have this idea to create a dance. I want to create a dance which allows a general public, a dance going public, an entertainment going public, to have a better understanding of the passion which space scientists have. And so we started to set up a series of interviews, and the individuals that she helped me contact, some of them anyhow, were Bruce McCandless II, who is a former NASA astronaut. And then during the first of his 2 space shuttle missions, he made the first ever untethered free flight. And so I interviewed him with the support of Lockheed Martin. And then I started to interview other space scientists, Dr. Krisa Kuvalitu, who is a senior technologist in high energy astrophysics, and her research is in black holes, neutron stars, and gamma ray bursts. Dr. Neil Garrels, an experimental physicist who was working in gamma ray astronomy, also in gamma ray bursts and supernova. And Dr. Jim Zimbelman, a National Air and Space Museum geologist whose research interests were topical geological mapping of Mars and Venus. And then I reached out to a Native American Comanche and Santa Clara Pueblo medicine woman, because I was interested in understanding what was the relationship to the stars of the Native Americans, which I grew up with. And so she is Santa Fe based. She's a medicine woman whose father actually was an electrician for the Apollo missions. And her childhood best friend was Tamara Jernigan, who went on to be an astronaut. So these interviews became the basis of creating a sound score that then I created choreography to. So I just wanted to show you a few segments of the dance and sort of talk you through it. So this initial segment is the beginning of the dance. There's a Kennedy figure, and it is set to "We Choose to Go to the Moon," his iconic speech.
The exploration of space will go ahead, whether we join in it or not. We mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it. For the eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. Our leadership in science and industry, our hopes for peace and security, our obligations to ourselves as well as others, all require us to make this effort, to solve these mysteries, to solve them for the good of all men. There is no strife, no prejudice, no national conflict in outer space as yet. Its hazards are hostile to us all. Its conquest deserves the best of all mankind. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
So, such an amazing speech, isn't it? And amazing rallying of wonderful scientists who took on that challenge. The next section is actually the voice of Krisa, who is Kurvilitu, who is going to essentially make up this section. So here we go.
The exploration of...
Oops. I'm going to try that one more time.
I have been trained as a high-energy astrophysicist. In other words, I work in photons with very high energies, and these fall within the spectral range of gamma rays and X-rays. We are archaeologists of space. What we actually see has happened thousands, millions, billions of years ago. You observe something that probably may well not exist today. It's dead. Gamma ray bursts are the brightest explosions in space. You can have a gamma ray burst that lasts 10 milliseconds, 10 times 1,000th of a second, up to thousands of seconds, minutes. And you can detect the same phenomenon in that, or you can detect the same phenomenon in many, many minutes. At the same time, this release of energies tell us that these are catastrophic phenomena, which means whatever created them doesn't exist there anymore. They blew up the star that hosted them. But at the same time, they're heralds of life, because when stars die, they release elements in the universe, and as Carl Sagan said, we are stardust, and that stardust makes us humans later.
So one of the themes that began to emerge in speaking to all of the different scientists was this concept, which had been on my mind due to my father's passing away, which was, in an interesting way, what did scientists think about the concept of life, rebirth, death, and heaven? And so those interesting themes started showing up in all of the interviews. And I think you noticed one of those themes in the last segment as well. The next segment is of Mary Mota speaking about the belief system in the pueblos of the stars.
My tribe is Comanche, and I'm also half Santa Clara Pueblo. At the age of 7, my father took us to Los Angeles during the Relocation Act, and he worked for NASA, and he worked on the Apollo capsules. He was an electrical engineer, and as a small child, you're walking around these scientists who are in white shirts, black ties, and you have no idea who these are, but they're talking about moon dust and the Mars stones, and you don't even realize how important these men are until you get older. The Comanche tribes consider themselves star people. The Pueblos are guided, of course, by star beings. There's a blue star being, a yellow star being, and a white star being, and a red star being. And the place where the Comanches go and finish their time here on this earth is a place that is a blue star. And the blue star, again, is the place where our original life being came from. It's called Sirius.
And the final segment I'd like to play for you is an interview that continues on with Mary Mota, but then finishes with Bruce McCandless, who has such a poetic way of speaking about space, and also I found to be such a humble and heroic individual as well.
We would often talk as children about what we were going to be like when we were growing up, and we'd lay on the grass, and she would talk about going into, that she was going to be an astronaut and be the first woman into space. And she turned out to be the second woman in space, which is still great. And she would ask me what I thought, and I says, well, when you go into space, you're going to see all these angels in heaven, and you're going to be one of the first ones to witness these entities. And she wasn't raised to believe in angels, but I was. So when she returned from outer space, she found out where I was and made this phone call, and I'm on the line with her, and she says, I just have to tell you that when I looked out the window, I saw this beautiful woman looking back at me, and I knew what it was. It was an angel, and I was afraid at first, but then this light overcame me, and this feeling of calmness and this beautiful warmth and comfort overcame me. And she put her finger out to me.
I joined NASA's program in the spring of '66. I don't believe in a physical location for heaven. That is, you can't go to an altitude of such and such and turn right and thrust for 10 minutes and there you are. I don't believe in that, but I do believe in a spiritual heaven and a spiritual existence. And space flight does tend to make you more deeply and more intimately experience or feel the existence of a divine being and his influence and his presence in one's life. And I also appreciated the beauty of the Earth as seen from space, and I mentioned the fact that with a pair of binoculars or something, you can really get quite a bit of detail. It's a feeling that if I can obscure the entire Earth by holding up a thumb at arm's length, and I can blot out the earth with my thumb. There's nothing else around that's habitable. Here I am, 232,000 miles away from the earth. You feel very vulnerable. You feel very, very dependent. And you also develop this sense of global, meaning the earth isolation.
So during this process, when I first started out, I was very, very scared that my field is so removed from the field of science. And I thought, oh my gosh, I don't know if I'll be able to find common ground in these interviews. And I was just so overwhelmed by the fact that problem solving, creativity was our common ground, but also what was such a common ground in speaking to these wonderful individuals, all of them, was the passion that they had for their work and for exploration. And also an interesting thing, which maybe all of you might feel as well, is that each of the individuals had a key moment from childhood which somehow set up this sense of wonder with the cosmos that had driven them their whole life and continues to drive them into adulthood. And I thought that was very interesting because that's something that artists share also. There are these pivotal moments. And so it makes me very happy when we perform this work, especially for young people, because I think it allows them to understand the passion involved within science exploration, and also that they too can have pivotal moments that'll shape their lives. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana, for sharing those videos and your thoughts behind them. The artistic process is an exploration. And when we talked earlier about art and sport and space, you and I, that reluctance to predict what would happen in an artistic process really came through, not just with you, but with other artists that I spoke with as well. And that ability to immerse yourself in the moment and accept the inputs that are coming in and process those into a creation is just fascinating. There's a comment on the chat here that says we have a space scientist with a dance and theater background, and he pointed us to a website called Dance Your PhD, where people can choreograph.
Yes, yes.
Isn't that wonderful?
Fabulous. I love that. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Talk a little bit about, I'm going to jump ahead to a question that I just came up with here in a minute. The Overview Effect is a book written by Frank White, who spoke yesterday about the experience of looking back on the Earth that Bruce McCandless II described there. And he talks about when there's a generation of people who have never been to Earth in space. And it made me think of your work on hyphenated peoples, right? Migrators, immigrators, emigrators, and the changes there. Can you maybe think a little bit and share your initial thoughts about what a piece might look like if you were to work with those people who are human and from Earth, but maybe have this new identity?
Well, I think that there are sort of a limited number of universal stories that affect all of humanity. And there's stories of love, there's stories of loss, there's stories of triumph. But one of the main stories that I see as recurring is the search for home, a search for a sense of place to belong. And I think that will be a fundamental psychological question, as well as a physical question, because we interact physically and are changed by that interaction with our environment. So, one of the questions that always comes to my mind is what happens in gravity-free, environments when you have access to that more, or what happens when the terrain itself is completely different, right? And those really change the way that our musculature functions and actually molds itself. And you can see that within generations that grew up on a cell phone with TikTok and Instagram. There's a different sense of perspective that's occurring. And so one of my hopes is that perspective will expand back out again, not through the filter of necessarily a device, but actually through physical interaction again and decision making that isn't predetermined through algorithms of some kind.
Yeah, fascinating perspective on that. Talk a little bit about the response of the dancers to the material. You talk about the universality of the search for home and for meaning. Were they particularly inspired in this case? Did they respond differently at all to this than from some of your other pieces?
The interesting thing about dancers is that what we learn is discipline, very much so. You have to show up to the studio at a specific time every morning in order to take class, in order to stay in shape, etc. And within that discipline can be, unfortunately, a sense of myopic vision, right? Because here many dancers grow up in front of a mirror. They're in enclosed spaces, sort of like birds in a cage. And every opportunity that we have to interact with a larger concept outside of the studio is very life-changing for the dancers, because the sciences were not any of their studies in college or in high school. And so to have a better sense of how other individuals are viewing the universe was very eye-opening. And also, I think you mentioned it earlier, this shift of consciousness that Bruce McCandless talks about when he is viewing the Earth from space, I think was probably the most moving thing for all of us, to hear him talk about the fragility of the Earth itself.
Yeah, that vulnerability that he described just really came through in the choreography, I thought.
Thanks.
Yeah, really interesting. I want to shift gears just a little bit to your long history as the cultural ambassador for the Bureau of Economic and Cultural Affairs. Just introduce us to what that is, and then talk a little bit about some of your experiences.
Sure. For the last, I guess, 30 years now, I've been on many different tours and cultural programs which allow me to interact with individuals from different countries around the world. And essentially, the arts are sort of soft diplomacy, they're friendship making. And I think that at the core of diplomacy in general is friendship. And the question is how to sustain and maintain and find commonality within conversation. And I think the arts are a wonderful way to do that because, for example, dance, it's a fundamental language. All cultures have danced prior to having a written language or even a spoken language. Dance has encapsulated and celebrated very key moments for humanity, right? Whether that's a dance about a harvest dance, or whether that, the dance has a sense of showing celebration of a community, like engaging individuals within the tribe, showing intergenerational connection through movement. So I think it is a perfect way to engage in diplomacy around the world.
Have you encountered any alternative scenarios where there's really been a difficult exchange of normal diplomacy, and it's really been an uphill battle to find a way to make dance make a difference?
I think that when those moments occur, and sometimes they occur within academia, for instance, you know, what happens in academia is that there are often schools of the arts and sciences. And yet what happens within that is there's a lack of understanding that the dance studio is a laboratory, that we're going through an experimental process, and that the outcome of that research is performative to a general public. So there seems to be within academia often a skewed fear of the body itself. And what I find fascinating about that is that the fear of the body is often at the core of, for example, a lot of the issues that we're dealing with now in terms of systemic racism within institutions themselves. And so the more that we can align with our bodies, and that doesn't mean that everybody needs to be a triathlete or everyone needs to be a dancer, but just the recognition that we are physical beings. I think it's really important.
Yeah, that's fascinating. After hearing your discussion of focus on a device and sort of filtering your life experience through a device, changing your outlook there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You talked about how dance can be used to celebrate, national accomplishments or global accomplishments.
Mm-hmm.
Given your background, can you talk a little bit about how different parts of the world utilize that advantage?
Sure. I think that there is a long history of dance being utilized within general PR campaigns for countries, for propaganda usage. You know, we can see that within the Olympics, for instance, where you see these large sort of symphonic choreographies, right? Which become sort of cavalcades of a country's power, of a country's enlightenment, right? To embrace the arts. So dance is highly important in that way. And I think that that's another thing that space exploration and scientists and dance share, is that at different moments in time, countries honor those two things, or they don't honor those two things. They don't honor the arts and they don't honor the sciences. And so when I see the sciences move forward, I also feel the arts moving forward at the same time. There seems to be something that moves them in tandem together at moments when society and socio-political structures are engaged and forward thinking.
Yeah, that's fascinating that you've observed that. You know, I watch markets and industries, and sometimes I see things falling in step, like what you've described, but I hadn't noticed or conceived of it in that pairing. It's fascinating. Even though you had a childhood interest in space, your experience with Barbara getting on the plane and Elroy, how much did you learn about just the process of going to space, and in an adult's shoes, stepping back into that learning process? What was that like for you?
It was very humbling, and I very much enjoyed this process because I was able to meet different scientists in different locations. And that was fascinating as well, because some scientists I met at the Air and Space Museum, for instance, and others at Goddard. and to see where astronauts trained, how they trained, what the new projects were that were in development. That was amazing as well. And the fact that everything came down to this very generous planning process. And when I say this, it's that all of the scientists thinking about, well, what would life be on Mars, or how do we bring attention back to the moon, for instance, and revisit the moon. These are all projects that people were talking about in a very selfless way, and also in a way that was decades sometimes down the line, where I was thinking this individual knows that they're not going to be necessarily alive to celebrate the fruition of a lifetime of work, and yet they feel very much that their work is important because it's part of a continuum. And that for me was fascinating.
Yeah, I think both dance and science have a history of standing on the accomplishments of the people who came before.
Definitely.
And yeah, and those who are particularly well educated about that background can make more headway. And so the people that you spoke with, as well as you on the art side, were able to move things forward by leveraging what came before, and that will help those who come after. And I have noticed that in space people, as I get to know the industry and the community, there's this sort of civilization-based momentum that they feel, that we feel, and it's something that scientists certainly deal with. And you don't know that you're going to live to see the fruit of your accomplishments come to pass, but you still work at it every
Right,
day.
it's just so generous, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Go back just a little bit. You made a comment about the dance studio being a laboratory. Talk about some failed experiments in the laboratory. What didn't go right? What didn't work? So for those who aren't as familiar with the studio as we are.
Well, I think what's changed in my lifespan as a choreographer is that as a young choreographer, I was much more control centric in what I thought I was going to bring to the studio, in terms of I'm going to bring exacting choreography, that I'm going to know every single movement on every single count of the music, and I'm just going to teach it to these dancers, and then I'm going to walk out the door. But as I have gotten more experience and more mature as a choreographer, what I find is the best thing to do is to experiment in the studio, meaning that there are certain improvisational structures that I'll give the dancers to work with one another, to work a duet out. I'll show them movement and then do it very, very quickly, and then ask them to respond to it, for instance. So I'm getting this sort of response, and then I'll often break them up into almost a control group and an experimental and another group, so one's doing an original phrase, one is experimenting off the original phrase. So the dance studio really becomes a laboratory of movement experimentation, and my job then becomes to create enough experimental structures that then I can curate innovative and interesting work that'll bring about the right movement message. So, and I think that parallels scientists, right? That you can't go into a study expecting a certain result and being too blocked or rigid. It's like there's always this leap of faith that we have to jump into the abyss and say, let's see what's on the other side of this. And that's the creative venturing.
Yeah, and I think that's a key to what people misunderstand about science as well, is that you're taking that same leap of faith, you're approaching with humility, that you don't know what the result of your experiment is going to be. You don't know that your hypothesis is correct, and you undertake that with the humility that you described. Really, really a lovely connection there. I got a private chat here that also an allusion to the book, The Overview Effect, where you know, he compares space projects to large public works, but inspirational projects like cathedrals in the past, where you may not, you'll add your brick, and then move on with your life and pass away, and your children's children will finish the flying buttresses for all to enjoy.
Yeah,
So really,
beautiful
really.
image.
Let me see. So you thought of, because of your background, you thought of bringing in these other viewpoints into your choreography. So the medicine woman's perspective, the child among adult scientists' perspective, just really fascinating mix. What made you decide to incorporate those, and what surprised you about that input that you received?
Well, I didn't know that Mary Mota, the medicine woman, I did not know her best childhood friend was an astronaut. I had heard through the grapevine that she had some kind of connection to the early Apollo time period because her father was an electrician. But that was all I knew. So as the stories unfolded, and each individual, these are just tiny snippets of their interviews, but each interview did unfold and reveal some sort of serendipity, and then some kind of confluence of happenings that then led to the unfolding of their lives. And what I thought was interesting is that all of them were cognizant of those moments. And sometimes when I speak to individuals, and I kind of am, curious, like, what was that, watershed moment that you had? What was that moment of inspiration as a child that you can remember? And it's fascinating how many people cannot name it.
Yeah.
And so, but all of these individuals who are so highly successful in their field could name it exactly. There were moments where one of the scientists mentioned being out in the desert for the first time without light pollution because his father had taken him out to look through a telescope, and that changed his life when he was 8 years old. And so it's those moments that I think are, we need to find more ways for young people to have those moments and to remember and experience them.
Yeah, and I think they can happen in adulthood as well.
Good point.
We had two prior speakers, one of whom was in military service. And one of the painful drills that they had to go through was standing on a platform all night long. And it was in a place in the world without light pollution. And he already had this, career, and was working in the military. And now he is an aeronautical engineer, astronautical engineer, and doing all kinds of work in the space industry. And just, yes, getting people to places where there's no light pollution will change the experience in a way.
Completely, yeah. And I think also that in our daily lives, because the world has sped up technologically in such a fashion, the question I often ask people is, are there moments in your life that you set aside in order to take time to almost resonate on nothing? And what I mean by that is, in those moments, I think come clarity through the subconscious of problem solving. And it's like, unless we build those in and we cherish and honor those things, I think it's difficult to have those leaps of faith.
That's a great point. I think there's a lot of literature in the news through the pandemic about changing perspectives, people moving. I mean, the real estate market is just going crazy because I think people are seeking that in this disruption to their lives. They're finding an avenue where there's actually a silver lining and it takes the shape of what you just described. When you talk about people's experience and the perspective of the phone and the device and looking at the sky, talk about whether the cultural exchanges you're involved with have gotten more difficult or are really the same over time as a result.
That's really interesting because I think where the cultural exchanges have been, and this is not necessarily at this moment or recent ones, but just is a theme that I've noticed over the decades, the difficulty in societies that are not honoring human rights, women's rights, gay rights, in general, when a society is being politically locked down and suppressed, that is where it's most difficult to engage because people are scared, to be quite honest, to have an open conversation.
Yeah.
Or to experience, and part of open conversation is being able to move freely with the body. And so you can really see the impact on that in individuals. I mean, it really is trauma, right?
Yeah.
And how it manifests.
And you've seen that firsthand.
Absolutely. When I was years ago in Pakistan, for instance, I met a dancer who had been actually attacked and shot for dancing and was recovering, and in other locations, the freedom of the body is not necessarily honored in a way that is in other parts of the world. And so these are, major awakening moments for me where I realize how much freedom we have in the United States, how we need to really use that freedom for experimentation as much as possible and not take it for granted.
Thank you so much, Dana. Tell us briefly about your podcast, the Slant Podcast.
Oh, sure. Thank you for asking. It's slantpodcast.com and it's available on all platforms. So I hope you'll listen. And it's a podcast dedicated to Asian American arts luminaries. And I interview them. It's directors, film directors, writers, actors, singers, dancers. And I just felt that in the midst of the resurgence of anti-Asian violence that's been going on in America and around the world, that I wanted to do something to help people better understand the multifaceted Asian American experience. And so that's what it's designed for, but it's really a lot of fun and it's very informative. So I hope you'll check in.
Thank you so much, Dana. It's a delight to
you.
see you on screen. And
oh, it's so nice to see you.
more wonderful conversations into the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right. And so now we're going to transition into hearing just a little bit from today's sponsor. Jay Feldman is an osteopathic medical doctor and the founder of Otter Public Relations, a PR agency with more than 40 employees internationally. Jay has more than 300,000 followers on social media and is the host of top business podcast Mentors Collective. He is a contributor at entrepreneur.com and has been featured in Forbes, Business Insider, and other top networks. Jay, thank you for your generous sponsorship of today's programming. The screen is yours.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and hello to everybody who's on here still listening, probably wondering what they're going to get out of hearing a PR person talk for a few minutes. But thank you for having me, and I've been working with Tim for a while. I really believe in his mission. Not only am I one of the co-founders at Otter PR, I'm an osteopathic doctor, so a scientist in my own regard, and a longtime space enthusiast, so very passionate about what all of you are doing. And one of the reasons that I went into PR from medicine was to make a difference on a larger scale than one-on-one. I really wanted to scale large ideas, and healthcare space is how it started, but that quickly escalated into technology and into some of my other interests, space being one of them. And one of the reasons I'm so passionate about PR, and the reason that you should all care about this, is because you guys all have kind of groundbreaking, advanced ideas that are ideas that aren't going to be so easily grasped by the public, by potential investors. And that's really where PR comes into play, and where I've really found a passion and a special niche in this space, being able to take complicated ideas such as Tim's, which is an amazing idea, basically making space available to everybody and opening up the door for new people and new investors to come into this space, understand it, and be a part of this amazing boom that's happening within our generation. And I want to go to space in my lifetime. That's the reason I'm here. That's the reason I'm putting my money forward, because I would love to go to the moon. I was watching the entire live stream with Branson, going up, and just the entire journey has just been absolutely incredible. But the reason this applies to a lot of your companies, as well as Tim, is because these ideas are a little bit complicated, because these ideas seem far-fetched, don't seem like they're going to happen within our lifetime. And even though I know the difference, a lot of people don't, and a lot of journalists don't, reporters don't, investors don't, and the general public doesn't either. And as scientists yourselves, as CEOs yourselves, sometimes we can get tunnel vision, and I've had it myself, where you just get so focused in on this idea that is going to change the world, that is revolutionary, that you kind of forget that the rest of the world, 99.9%, has no idea what you're talking about, and you do not know if they're on board with your idea, and you don't know what their conception of your idea is. And that's where PR really comes into play. So we've been able to take these complicated ideas and make them not only graspable by the general public, by reporters, by journalists, by investors, but also more trustworthy, more established, more credible, because not only are we able to communicate them in a certain way, but we're able to communicate them on behalf of some of the largest publications and influencers in the world who are now on board with this, documenting this, sharing this message. And I think more than having a groundbreaking idea, having money, and being able to execute from an operational and technological perspective, is being able to get the rest of the world on board with the idea. And that's where we like to help. That's where we come into play. That's where we've been able to lend a hand at some of the groundbreaking startups and softwares and apps and technologies and ideas that thought leaders have. We get people booked on the stage at TEDx. We get them in front of the reporters and journalists that are going to take that idea and turn it into a scalable reality. So at Otter PR, we have a team of publicists that have been in the industry 20 plus years. We have a team of writing staff all here in our offices in Orlando and St. Pete. And our entire mission is to take ideas that are worth spreading, ideas and people that have a really positive agenda that are trying to change the world and make it a better place, and conceptualize it to the public, and get the rest of the world on board. And it's an aspect that a lot of people, especially entrepreneurs and CEOs, overlook. So we're that bridge, and we're a way to investigate in the communication to get the rest of the world excited. I really don't want to bore you guys too much with the nitty gritty of how it gets done and how we do it, but I would love to, see if there's any specific points where I can offer assistance to any of you, whether it's with us or media communication strategies in general. There's a lot of different ways that working with a communications team can help. And some of them are crisis communications. For example, you guys get into one of the rockets explodes for Elon Musk, and you have to communicate to your shareholders or your investors on why that happened or how that happened. That's a form of PR. If you need, you have an amazing partnership that you guys need to announce for your shareholders, or just to get the rest of the world excited, that's a press release done by PR. So again, this what we do and the scheme of Otter and what we're able to offer and what you guys should be looking for, whether it be now or in the future, it's definitely should be a part of anyone's plan that has this idea that they have found issues communicating it to the public. So again, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to back this. I'm excited to back Tim. I'm excited to invest in the future of space. I know that by the time I get old, I'm going to the moon, and I hope that you guys are coming with me. You're probably going to be there long before I will. But again, thank you all for having me. I hope this wasn't too much of a bore. I hope this was helpful. I want to be a resource for all of you. So please contact me for obviously a free consultation to hear about your business, if nothing else, and to see what are some steps that you can take to implement communications and PR into scaling your company and reaching more and more people. We're here for you at Otter PR. Head to our website and get some more information. I'm sure Tim will be able to connect the dots as well. He's been a longtime friend. And again, I have a podcast, Mentors Collective, where I have some really amazing thought leaders and people who are changing the world. And if any of you want to come on the show, I know we've got a lot of really incredible people here. I looked at the other speakers. I looked at some of the people attending. A lot of NASA, a lot of engineers, a lot of entrepreneurs who are doing a lot of groundbreaking things. So please contact me. Would love to interview you and learn more about you and how we could potentially help you advance your goal and your idea and help you change the world. So again, thank you so much. Again, I'm Jay Feldman, founder of Otter PR, and I appreciate the time. And thank you again, Tim, for organizing this, and thank you, Lee, for having me and hosting.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. I just want to emphasize when we first started up with Otter, I was in the same position. Probably a lot of you are like, I don't know what to do with PR. Like, we need attention. I don't know even where to start. And the team at Otter was absolutely phenomenal at coming in, asking dozens of questions about what are we doing, how are we doing it, why are we doing it, and really digging into the story behind what we were doing. And their team includes writers ranging from storytellers to technical writers that have been able to translate a lot of things that may have started out as gibberish nonsense in my wild rantings and turn it into fantastic works. And that's just on the sort of content creation side. On the publicist side as well, they are relentless in their work in advocating for us, and I cannot recommend them highly enough. So if you want to talk more about our experience with Otter, please let me know. I will wax poetic about them for quite some time.
Thank you, Tim. I did want to end on a final note, especially in this kind of sector and where I kind of evaluate whether someone's a good fit for PR is whether the story is relevant right now. And piggybacking on the media frenzy that's been going on behind the three big space billionaires, they're looking for new experts. They're looking for new people to talk to that are leading this new industry, leading this new entire category, other than the three billionaires and their companies. And the fact that this is so rampant in the media is an amazing opportunity for everybody to come in and talk about what they're doing, to lend commentary on the companies that are already leading the charge in the media. So we call it an evergreen content. Right now is a better time than ever to be out in front and be having your name in the pool for people who are experts in this topic to actually come on and share your own ideas. So never a better time. Obviously, it's very exciting for all of us to watch what they've been doing and how they've been advancing space. But you can absolutely get in there, get your name into that conversation, and become relevant on the backs of these billionaires. So again, thank you so much, Tim, and thank you everybody for hearing me out again.
Thank you, Jay. We had a request for your website to be posted in the chat, and Tim has handled that, so everyone can check out your site. And appreciate your generosity. All right, our next speaker, Christina Korp, is known as the Astronaut Wrangler. She is the former manager of Buzz Aldrin, and she currently works with Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke and astronaut Nicole Stott. She produces space-themed inspirational projects, experiences, and events through her company, Purpose Entertainment. She produced the last 5 galas at Kennedy Space Center celebrating Apollo 11 and the Webby-winning and Emmy-nominated Cycling Pathways to Mars VR experience. It's pretty cool if you look it up. She is passionate about promoting ways space benefits the planet and people and promoting women's issues. She spearheaded projects in 2020 to celebrate the Women's Vote Centennial in the USA, and she leads Space for a Better World, producing events and experiences that raise money for partner charities. Christina, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to participate with this esteemed group of people, so I appreciate you including me. I'm going to show kind of my journey of how I got to space, if that's okay. If I can share my screen, then I will just kind of guide you to how the heck I got into this world, because space was not the plan for my life at all. And often when I tell people that and they would meet me and see my background, they would all often be like, how the heck did you get this job? So I like to start with this, how it started, how it's going. I was a singer for a long time. I was a professional singer starting at the age of 12. I moved to Los Angeles after being in a family band for 10 years to try to become a rock star. And I had a lot of success. I was signed to Warner Brothers. I sang on Ringo Starr records. I toured all over the world. And this photo on the left of me is singing in Madrid, backgrounds for a major Latin artist in Madrid, Spain. And only 6 months later, though, I started working for Buzz Aldrin, because the music business was a feast or famine lifestyle and I needed some stability. And so I applied for this job. But how I had gotten it was because after being a performer, I also did some production work. So, I mean, this was my reality for a long time, was being on stage, seeing these kinds of crowds. But I always joke that my rock star lifestyle prepared me for life with astronauts. I went on to work for John Tesh. Before I went to work for Buzz, I worked for John Tesh in his media company, running his record label production company radio show. And I started as his assistant. It was the first job I ever had that being a musician was an advantage. That actually was, they were happy I had this experience and that I knew about gear and all of that. And then John took me under his wing and said, look, I'll teach you everything you want to know about producing. And I loved that job. I worked every day running the company from Monday to Friday, and then I sang every weekend. We were touring pretty much every weekend. That's me in the middle there, and that's a PBS concert special that I produced at Red Rocks in Denver. But I was really running myself down, and I really needed a break, and I decided to make a huge change. And so this quote by Richard Branson really resonates with me, because I jumped into space without any knowledge whatsoever. But I was hired also because of my production experience. So I've seen this quote many times: if someone offers you an amazing opportunity and you're not sure if you can do it, say yes, and then learn how to do it later. I feel like that is the epitome of my career. Like that's the perfect example of thinking, being offered an opportunity and thinking, I'm just gonna jump right in. I'll figure it out. And I think that maybe that's something that's different about me compared to a lot of people, and especially a lot of women who feel like they need to be super, super qualified for every job they ever go out for. I'm kind of more have more of a guy's mindset, I guess you could say, whereas I see something and I think I can learn how to do that. And I feel pretty confident about it. So I went to work for Buzz Aldrin. I knew nothing about space. I mean, I knew that Buzz and Neil walked on the moon, and that's about it. I didn't know much else. I did not know there were 12 humans who walked on the moon. And again, I was not hired because of a space background. I was hired because they wanted someone who knew how to handle his media and his PR and to handle his speaking engagements. I had been a tour manager managing, groups, dozens of people on the road in bands. So I thought, this is a piece of cake, working for an old guy who walked on the moon. I had no idea what he did with his time. I figured he gave a speech every now and then. I always joke that I did not know what I was getting myself into. Very early on, Buzz and I bonded because he liked that I could fix gadgets, like the fact that he had more than one phone, and if he got lost, I could figure out how to fix it. And I really attribute that to my production and media background, troubleshooting, that sort of thing. And along the way, I got to be a part of some really significant events. This is the 40th anniversary of Apollo 11, which was on July 20th, which is next week. And I had only worked for Buzz for about 1.5 years in at this point. And the reason this, besides the fact that I'm with President Obama, the Apollo 11 crew is in there. You can see Charlie Bolden there in the background. For me, this would not have happened if I had not asked to go. I was not invited by the family to go. I asked if I could go. And then NASA said, oh, we could really use your help. Yes, please come. We want someone like you to help guide Buzz through all of his obligations to the week. So this is a perfect example of going for something that you want to, because when people would see this photo of me with President Obama, they would be like, oh my God, like, first of all, how did you get in the middle of this photo? Second of all, like, how did this happen? And that's where I think a good example for everybody is to, sometimes you just got to go and ask for what the heck you want to do. In the meantime, I really made a big impact on Buzz's career with my media experience. He was always complaining about how he wanted to get more support for what he was doing. And I said, you need to get more people like me to care about what you're doing. You have to quit talking to just the space people, because you already have those people on board. You don't really need to convince them. You need to convince somebody like me. So he started doing things like Dancing with the Stars. And then we did a making of video with Snoop Dogg for to promote his book just before the 40th anniversary. And it was so unexpected, but it also got people's attention. It got to the point where we would go places and people would say, there's the guy from Dancing with the Stars. What I also then brought to the table was my media background and sensibility of how to promote what he cared about most, which was missions to Mars. So we did a couple of books with National Geographic, Mission to Mars, and the kids' book, Welcome to Mars. I co-produced 2 different virtual reality experiences, Destination Mars, which was with NASA and Microsoft, but then Cycling Pathways to Mars was the one, which actually I'm not showing here, is the one that I'm really proud of, because that one was really my way of trying to get Buzz's vision about missions to Mars into the mainstream public. And I've had a lot of people come to me and say that Cycling Pathways to Mars VR experience, which is free, by the way, on the Time Life VR app on Oculus and HTC Vive. Several people have told me now that they decided to go into the space world because of that app. And to me, that's really, really successful use of that. Again, I got welcomed into this world of being with the Apollo astronauts. And for a long time, I have to admit, I didn't really take it that seriously. It was just my reality. It was my job. And you see me here with Buzz and Neil Armstrong. That was the day that they got the Congressional Gold Medal with John Glenn. And, getting to know Michael Collins really well, we became very good friends. And this for a long time, I didn't really think that hard about it. But then I arranged the first meeting ever with Buzz and Stephen Hawking. And the day that happened was such a whirlwind. We did so many things, but we went to visit Stephen in his office. And later that night at the BBC, there was a Harvard professor that was there who asked what we had done that day. And I explained, we did this charity event in the morning. Then we went to Stephen Hawking's office so Buzz could meet Stephen Hawking for the first time. And he was like, what? And he goes, you're a piece of history, or you're part of history. You need to start taking this seriously. And I was like, oh, I'm nobody. And he was like, no. You just explained that you introduced Buzz Aldrin to Stephen Hawking. Do you understand what I would give? You need to really take this experience that you're getting seriously. So I began to pay a lot more attention after that. Not that I wasn't, but I think it really hit me after that, how significant some of these events were. The other part that really made a huge impact on me was I was the fly on the wall of his life in a way, and the other Apollo astronauts that I got to hang out with, in a way that was just, again, their reality, but that I began to realize I was the keeper of the memories. I was there every day when people would come up and say, I've got to tell you where I was or what I was doing when you walked on the moon. And the thing I did appreciate too was that Buzz and the other guys, they understood what they represented, especially Apollo 11. You know, they said everywhere they went in every country, when they went on the Goodwill tour after they came back from the moon, they saw signs that said, "We did it," meaning three, not just three guys, that they represented all of humanity. And that, seeing those reactions of people from all walks of life, from all backgrounds, really touched my heart, really made an impact on me. And I thought, wow, you know, these moon landings united the world in a way that this generation cannot understand. And so I thought, what can I do with this perspective? And then I met these ladies, and they made a huge impact on me too. They had hired Buzz to come and give a speech. And when they had him in the green room, they said, now we can tell you our moon landing memory. And so basically they said, we were young girls in Turkey. We lived in a village with no running water, no electricity. Our mother couldn't read or write. Our father only had a 5th grade education. And he was very committed to them getting an education and trying to go to college. That was a big goal for them. That would really make it stand out for girls. And so their father was very fascinated by the Apollo mission. So the week of the first moon landing, he went and bought a grand big radio. And the night that Apollo 11 landed on the moon, they said everyone from the surrounding villages came to their house to listen to the moon landing. And they said, when we heard that you succeeded, we felt like we did it. And we were hugging and crying and cheering. And we were so proud of what humans had done. And then they said, once everyone calmed down, they all went outside and people sat on the ground and were looking at the moon. And I said, what were you thinking? And they said, we realized we could aim higher for our dreams, aim higher than we were going to aim before. And so the older sister on the left, Sermon, she went on to get her PhD in quantum physics. And the one on the right went on to get her MBA and has a successful company. That really drew attention to me, like how it's not as common for people to comment on how women were affected by the moon landings or how space inspires them. Then I met Joanne Morgan, who's the first female engineer at Kennedy Space Center. She was the only woman in mission control, in launch control when Apollo 11 lifted off. And even she told me so many stories about how she is so passionate about getting more women into space, but is a bit frustrated about how difficult it is and how there aren't enough role models to look up to. So I, you know, through all of this, I've had all these things percolating in my brain about how can I do something with all of this knowledge and this background and this perspective that I have. In the meantime, because of my media experience, I produced the last 5 galas at Kennedy Space Center. And for the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11, I really went big. We, of course, had our gala in the Saturn V Center at Kennedy Space Center under the Saturn V rocket. But I also did a partial takeover of Times Square screens to show the moon landing footage in real time of when it happened, as well as London Piccadilly. I took over that screen for the hour of the moon landing, and then convinced Duran Duran to come and play in the rocket garden at Kennedy Space Center, and then Intel did a drone light performance. And by the way, Duran Duran played for free, and the drone light performance was for free, because everybody, you know, talked about how the moon landing made an impact on them, you know. So this is what convinced them, and this is where again I realized, wow, there's a huge disconnect here somewhere. And if we could somehow bring these worlds together, it's so powerful what we could try to do. I was asked in 2020, just a year and a half ago, just before the pandemic, to come to the World Economic Forum to speak on some panels about women in leadership, space inspiration, space education. And while I was there, you can see my hair is purple and blue. That was very strategic, so people would remember who I was. But what I realized when I was there too was how little understanding there is of what space does for the world. On one of the panels I was on, they were talking about investing in clean energy, and every single person, when they said that, they meant they were going to build solar farms all over the countryside. And I was like, does anybody know where the solar panels originated from? And they all looked at me blankly. And I said, from the space program. It's 60-year-old technology. And everyone came up to me after I got, you know, after we were done with the panel saying, you just blew my mind. I'm sorry, solar panels are from the space program. And so people in the space world just take it for granted that everybody understands this, that they know that. And I'm telling you, they do not understand it. They don't even realize it. They don't even think about the cell phone in their hand and how that's using satellites in orbit right now, or that technology evolved from space. So that after that, it really dawned on me how much space research development technology could be the key to solving the sustainable development goals by the United Nations. Because there's so many people who go to the World Economic Forum and the UN constantly with lots of money, and they talk about all the problems, but nobody's really focusing on the solutions. And I thought, man, I really think that space could help solve all of these problems. And I don't mean a few of the SDGs, I mean all of them. And I have a lot of thoughts about that, too many to go into right now. And then I'm one of the other examples I tell people about is this Dr. Brad Norman, who is the world's foremost expert on whale sharks. And he basically is trying to save the species. He's saying if something goes wrong with the whale sharks, there's a much bigger problem in the world. And the only software he could find that would be able to help him track the whale sharks in the way he needed was NASA star tracking or star sighting software. And I thought, man, that is a perfect example of again, bringing space technology to, trying to do something that helps a species or helps save the planet. I went to Antarctica as well and to the South Pole with Buzz in 2016. And besides the fact that it was amazing and it is a bragging rights thing, and I got to go to the South Pole and it was awesome. What was actually a little troubling though, was when we landed, the runways were, they're all ice runways and they were melting. They were mostly melted. And when we were there on this rocky area where our camp was, it was like 25 degrees. And we were in Antarctica. I mean, and they were saying, yeah, it's getting warmer and warmer. And I thought, wow, it's more shocking to see it up close than to just see pictures of something. Being able to come and see something firsthand, it's hard to replace that. And if I could somehow convince people who have the resources to be able to go and see things up close, maybe that's a way that I could help change their hearts. The other thing is when I tell people about, and this is just a handful of the technologies, that we benefit from that are not obvious space technology, but these are simple things that we use. I mean, I've been struck by the infrared thermometers that we've been using are a direct NASA technology of measuring the heat between planets. And here it's something that's just been used, it's being used all over the world right now during this pandemic. And it's something that came from space that people have no idea. So I've been trying to do more and more posts, like raising awareness about this kind of thing. And a lot of people have been reaching out to me. And again, they all came out of space research and technology. So this slide is from another thing. And I'm basically trying to get people to look at the future. How could we use all of these things in order to make life better on Earth? A lot of the space investment is purely focused on outward, and that's understandable. It's space and space people. However, I really want to start looking back at how can we use what we've learned to make life better on Earth, especially in places where people don't have access to clean water or to soil that they can grow food, or housing that's safe and efficient, or energy, that sort of thing. So, this seems like a non sequitur probably, but partially what I decided was, okay, look, I've got access to astronauts. I work with astronauts and I have access to space activities. So very recently I did a zero gravity flight with Apollo 16 moonwalker Charlie Duke and Nicole Stott, who is a wonderful human being, much less an astronaut. And she and I have a lot of shared purpose about trying to use our perspective about space for good. And so one of the ways is we thought, okay, well, look, we could do fun, exciting adventures like zero gravity flights, and then use some of those proceeds to actually benefit partner charities that help the planet, like Water Charity and Forests Without Frontiers. And then I'm working on much, much bigger things like going to Antarctica or going to the bottom of the ocean to Challenger Deep. And these are really focused on high net worth individuals. But again, my hope is if I can take those high net worth individuals to see these things firsthand, hopefully it will change their perspective about what they can try to do to contribute. And maybe I can guide them to solutions within the space world that would actually be able to make a real difference in some communities. And also there are a lot of studies that are going on now that saying experiencing awe makes people more generous, more kind, and more giving. So that's the other motivation behind it, is to help make people care by seeing things up close. And finally, I'm obviously very, very passionate about Artemis, the mission to put the first woman on the moon. And yes, next man probably, although now NASA says the first person of color. I mean, as a woman, I'm obviously really excited about the first woman on the moon. And so that's kind of where I am focusing my efforts. And one way I'm trying to inspire women and girls is by doing big space themed things that get attention. And this is where actually the gentleman who spoke just before me, I might need your help for this. We could talk about this later, but I got the permit from the city of Atlanta, and I am going to make a giant earthwork. This is an eco-friendly grass portrait of NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson. I'm going to put it in downtown Atlanta in the park that's right in the center, Woodruff, and we're going to unveil it on International Day of the Girl. I'm working in partnership with Georgia Tech, Georgia State University, Mercer University STEM Innovation Lab, and the Atlanta Public City Schools. We want to bring kids there to unveil this giant earthwork. And we'll, of course, have city officials and lots of different partners. We're working with the John Heinz Foundation. The prior week, which is World Space Week, we are planning to do a lot of virtual things leading up to International Day of the Girl. But obviously my motivation with International Day of the Girl is to draw attention to Stephanie Wilson, who's a real woman of color, a real person who's been to space 3 times, who's in the Artemis group, and she should be a household name, and she is not. You know, I meet a lot of people who say, are there any Black astronauts? And it's just, you know, and usually these are Black people asking me that. And I think, okay, if somehow I can raise awareness about her, who is still aiming higher for her dreams in the Artemis group, maybe that will inspire some people to realize, wow, I can be a part of this space industry. So that's the basics of Space for a Better World, is trying to raise awareness about the way that space could solve some problems on Earth, and then hopefully inspire people, you know, to want to get into space by using entertainment methods. So I might have gone a little quicker than you wanted me to, Lee, but I figure we can do a Q&A if you want.
Yeah, no, it's all very exciting, and you're a great storyteller. May I ask you to circle back to some of those stories. But the first thought is the difference in exposure now that the space program has been going on for so long. You know, I think the original astronauts in the Apollo program were probably bigger stars than Olympians.
Yeah.
But nowadays, you know, if you're in the Olympics, you have a much better chance of spreading a message, representing a culture, representing underrepresented group than astronauts these days. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think by design, the astronauts back then were put up there to be role models. I think that they were put up there to be who people were paying attention to in a way that doesn't really happen anymore. I mean, it definitely was the beginning of the space race, so that, you know, it was a brand new thing. And I have to say that the other day with Virgin Galactic and Richard Branson going, the excitement I felt that day all throughout social media and through people that I knew was the closest in most recent times, I think, that people have been excited about space. And I think the reason is because it's about humans going to space. Now, obviously, we've got a lot of astronauts who go to the International Space Station, but there's just going to the moon, it's a whole other level, you know, and that was the thing, is the people, you know, the astronauts who went to the moon, that was something extraordinary that had never been done. And I think the reason the Richard Branson flight, even though it was so fast, that's the one thing that a lot of people are like, wow, that was so fast. It was so expensive. Like, was it really worth the money, you know? But I'm like, yeah, but you're paying for the view. You're paying for that perspective, almost more than the flight. It's much more about what you witness when you get up there. But I think that also everyone was rooting for him and his crew to be successful, and to see humans in that spacecraft is really, really exciting. The problem with what's been going on for years and years and years with the International Space Station is, first of all, the shuttle program ended, and even that became blasé. You know, they went up all the time. Even my father said, oh, they go up all the time. You know, what are they doing that's different? There's nothing new. So I think that when we actually send humans to the moon, it'll go to that next level. However, all of that being said, I do think that NASA even has become a bit complacent, you know, about, oh, we have this many followers on social media. And I'm often thinking, yeah, but there are 7 billion people in the world. And so the way that you have to get their attention, in my opinion, is you have to start really putting the astronauts on a pedestal. And I don't mean like they're elite humans or anything, but you have got to like talk about them in a way that's different. That's why I think with Artemis, focusing on the first woman on the moon, that is a big deal, you know, especially for women and girls. And I was talking to a guy a couple of days ago, and he's like, for guys too, it's exciting, you know, to see the first woman on the moon. So I wish that they would really focus on that more, because when I tell teachers, when I tell people who are not in the space world, they're like, I'm sorry, what? And when I say, yeah, they're going to send the first woman to the moon, they'll go, what, like in 15 years? And I'm like, well, they're aiming for 2024. They may not make it, but within the next decade for sure. And they're just blown away. They know nothing about it. And that's why what I'm trying to do in Atlanta with this big earthwork of Stephanie Wilson is to draw attention in a way that gets the mainstream world to pay attention. Because even in Atlanta, when I tell them about it, everybody, they're so excited. And they're like, wow, this is what we need to see. We need to be able to see someone who looks like us. And that's why, you know, Stephanie Wilson, no offense, but if I was just doing another white guy astronaut, would not be the same as showcasing a real woman of color who is a real astronaut and still active. So I really wanted to have Stephanie there, but she's going to be in quarantine because she's on the backup crew for crew 3. So
Yeah.
she's going to join us remotely for when we unveil the earthwork about her. But she's very excited about it because she's passionate about inspiring young women and girls who look like her.
That's wonderful. I did my internship during my MBA program at the Woodruff Arts Center right there at that location. It's a beautiful spot, and I'm excited to see how that turns out. I think you reminded me of the Super Bowl ad. I think it was for Inspiration, where they had imagery of, you know, sort of faceless astronauts ready to go. Talk a little bit about that audience and that ad and the effectiveness. We have a comment here from Kevin about, you know, Formula One, World Cup audiences, Olympics audiences. You know, that Super Bowl ad may have been a first step in bigger thinking, but it wasn't by NASA. You know, talk about who's best positioned to do this next level of awareness. Is it NASA, or is it some of these private companies, and where do you see that going?
Well, so the Super Bowl ad, I mean, a lot of people brought it up. Anytime there's anything space now, everybody I know who's not in space will text me about it or something. And actually, half the time they'll be like, did you have something to do with that? I said, no, that was not me. You know, I saw the Super Bowl ad. Honestly, the thing that I think was missing was the human, though. You know, it was a spacesuit that looked cool and all of that, but I still think it maybe missed the mark a bit because, you know, I know some people maybe don't agree with trying to put the spotlight on just specific people, but at the same time, they represent something much bigger than themselves. And being able to put a face to it, I think really matters. I mean, I hope that the Inspiration 4 mission is super successful. I mean, it's again, too, when I tell people like there's going to be a fully commercial crew going to orbit the Earth for 3 days on a SpaceX rocket, they get super excited and they're like, wow, I haven't heard anything about this. You know, so again, even though I know Good Morning America, I think, is doing regular pieces on them, but it's not quite getting there yet. And so I'm not quite sure what it's going to take. I don't know, maybe, you know, that's the thing is Richard Branson had the star power to get the world's attention on what he's doing. And that's where I think we need somebody with the star power. I'll be curious to see what happens next week with Blue Origin, with Jeff Bezos. And then
he does not have star power. Because he does not have the same presence that Richard Branson has. I wonder how it will be perceived differently.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I'm excited to see Wally Funk go. I think that's the better story, and I think that's the story, the human part of it that most people are excited about, because you're getting to see somebody who probably deserved to go to space way or long ago, who's finally going to get her chance. So that's the story I think that will probably capture people. And she's very, she's got lots of energy, so I think that'll be exciting to see. But yeah, I mean, inspiration for, when I tell people, they're like, what? Again, what? And so the other thing is Artemis 1, I hope it goes this year. I know it's supposed to go in November. If that goes, hopefully the most powerful rocket ever, let's hope. That I do think would be exciting. But, most people think, when they think of space, they think of SpaceX and they think of Elon Musk. And that's where, again, there's a lot of people say, oh, it's too bad there's no NASA anymore. It's a good thing Elon's taking people to space. That is what people think. And that's where I think that, in a way, NASA is almost too politically correct with being just too by the book about how they position things. I mean, I might get in trouble for saying that, but I mean, with them, but I'm a huge supporter of NASA. I want them to have the same kind of awareness, like the way that they did with the Apollo days. I'm not sure quite what it will take, but maybe it's just time for the commercial companies to take over. I mean, it's kind of what's happening, I think.
Remains to be seen how quickly they can turn to being profitable, because we talked earlier in today's programming about investing in space and how NASA's funding for startups through the various grant programs that they have really advance people to where they would fail as companies without that bridge. And some of them will ultimately survive because of that. So there's still, I think, a place, but how do you leverage that partnership, public-private partnership, into the future? Something you said gave an explanation for something that you see in space people all around. We talk about those childhood experiences that get people excited about space. And you put into words something that I think may explain a little bit of that. And you said that experiencing awe makes people more kind, generous, and giving. And you were using that in a fundraising context, but I think when you think about being generous and actively being kind, there's a reward for that, an internal cycle of behavior. And maybe that's what's happening in childhood when people look at the stars and they have a moment, and it's awe, but it makes them feel generous, and that makes them feel good, and they're just going to keep coming back for more. I think that quote really stuck with me from your presentation.
Well, and I mean, I have gotten to do extraordinary things. I always say to people, I'm one of 10 children. I grew up in South Dakota. Very humble background. My mom is half Sioux Indian and half Mexican, and my dad's, descended from European, German, English, Irish, Polish. So I'm a mutt, but I have a very, brown mom and come from a very humble Oglala Sioux tribe. And when I said I wanted to travel the world when I was a kid, people were like, oh, keep dreaming, little girl, And the thing is that I was determined to do it. And I have gotten to do extraordinary things. And I think it really changes you when you get to see the world too. And that's the part that space people, I think, shared this wonder of this bigger picture. And one of the things that I admire most is the camaraderie between the astronauts of all backgrounds. I mean, when I saw Alexei Leonov, the first human to do a spacewalk, the first time I met him, and we were meeting him with Buzz to do an event together, he grabbed him in a bear hug, and he was just so excited to see him. And the whole time we were together, he talked about what a world hero he was, and how inspired he was, and how when Alexei heard the moon landing happened, he was jumping up and down and celebrating in his living room. And so that's something I think that the space people share, is this idea of being, the world and space and all of that. We're humans on the same planet. I think that's the part that really matters. So when you get to see the world, or you look at it from the lens of space, I think it humbles you, and it does make you think, wow, that other, we're just humans. And I think that's the thing about looking at the moon and looking at the stars, is it reminds us we're all sharing that same moon, those same stars, and everyone who's ever lived. So if you start thinking that profoundly, I think it makes a big difference on your heart. I think the people who are more bitter and unhappy and closed off are people who've never been anywhere and have never done anything. They're afraid of change. They're afraid of the bigger picture. But that's the part I love about space so much. And what I hope that I could try to do that would expand like the what space is doing in a way that would attract more people from outside of the space world. Because I think a lot of people are really intimidated about getting into space because they think it's this elite, world of people. And I'm like, nah, they're just regular people. You just come hang out with everybody. They're all just regular people too. So anyway, I mean, that's the part of space that I want to try to help bridge the gap.
Yeah, you reminded me of a story that came up in one of these events a while back when we were talking about lunar mining. And one of the people working on plans for lunar mining was out, out in the world, and this woman he was talking with said, "Wait, you're doing what? How dare you dig holes on my moon?" Right? We all have a personal relationship with the moon, and it's a funny thing that we share, but it's also individual to each one of us. So your point is well taken. Tell us, because you're insider and all the fabulous photos you showed us, tell us an example or two of some really famous people who are totally into space and we have no idea.
Well, I mean, maybe some people do know, but like Pharrell Williams is a space fanatic. He approached us about 10 years ago, at least, was writing a book about his passions. And one of the chapters was about space. Like he had Jay-Z in one chapter about, music, and he had somebody else, and one chapter was about Buzz and space. So for the Apollo celebrations that I did, he recorded a video for me about like walking on the moon. Is literally walking on the moon. And then, Will.i.am is a really big space guy too, very heavily invested. But who I've met, who I think is just so sweet and sincere, is George Clooney. Is a really, I mean, he's an Omega ambassador, so we've done different events with him, and he talks very nostalgic. He's very nostalgic about like that time frame of being a kid and what the moon landings meant to him and stuff. And so, there are a lot of people like that who are really reverent towards, especially the Apollo world, that a lot of people don't realize. But what's been interesting to me is to have been in the room with like billionaires or major CEOs of companies, and they turn into little kids when they're around astronauts. And that's the thing it's always so interesting to me, is to see how people who are not in the space world react to astronauts. Because it's not even necessarily who the person is. Again, it's just it's what they represent, that they went and did something crazy, like get on a rocket and go to space, And so, I mean, gosh, there's so many people. It's hard for me to go through the list, but I remember actually the guitar player for Aerosmith, like he came over like eager with his camera at one event wanting to take a photo with Buzz. So I mean, that's constantly what we dealt with all the time, that people wouldn't think, that people like that love space.
Do you think there is any current astronaut, including from whoever ends up on the Artemis mission, who will have the same kind of impact as those first ones? I mean, you got to be in the room when those people met Buzz, right? And do you think that Stephanie Wilson,
I mean,
goes, household name, Stephanie Wilson, if she goes on the Artemis mission and lands on the moon, do you think that she will get the same awe, shock and awe that Buzz gets when he walks in a room?
If she's the first, yeah. I definitely think so. I mean, the funny thing is Neil Armstrong was really awkward. I mean, I met him many, many times. He was the epitome of the awkward engineer. He didn't say a lot. He was pretty unemotional. So, I mean, whatever pedestal people put them up on, they're just people, and Buzz has always been, a lot of people in this, anyone who knows Buzz, he's difficult, and they're just people, that's the thing. But what they represent is really what makes it so, why people go in awe. It's more so like, wow, this person went to the moon. I mean, that's the part of it. So yes, if Stephanie Wilson was the first woman to walk on the moon, she would be in the history books forever. Of the current astronaut corps, or at least NASA astronauts, I do think Victor Glover has some potential he's very accessible and very, and also Thomas Pesquet, he's hilarious. I think he doesn't ever look, the French accent astronaut, he does not look remotely serious ever. I think he's actually quite funny. But I think the potential is there. I just think no matter what, though, until we go beyond the low Earth orbit, it's just going to be, those first humans that go back to the moon again, I think can reach that same level of excitement and awareness. And there's almost twice as many people in the world now as there was when those guys went to the moon. So it's a game-changing thing now.
Yeah. Trying to catch anything from the chat. There are just a lot of
They're talking about sports.
Yeah, and just bringing in sports. Super Bowl became discussion about the opportunities of sports, and we have Linda Reinstein on, who's from Space Games Federation. So lots of connections there in terms of the inspiration of space.
I like Dallas Beinhoff's comment about, I believe space is presented as hard to make it seem out of reach. I definitely think that there's a message that's sent out to people that makes it sound like if you are not a whiz at math and science, that there's no place for you here. I often say to people, I think the STEM movement was a mistake. And what I mean is, it's like putting people into categories. Like, you're valuable if you're good at science, technology, engineering, and math, and like everybody else is not valuable, which is crazy, because I think what I do is extremely valuable with the messaging, or trying to inspire people. And I'm sorry, I'm terrible at those things. I'm terrible at math. I took the bare minimum of all of that. I did not want to do any of that, but my creative thinking, I think, is a huge asset. And the other part is, I think that when people only focus on STEM, it makes it seem like people only do those things, whereas tons of astronauts and scientists and engineers I know are musicians, are artists, they have lots of talents. And so that's why I'm a big promoter of STEAM, because I think it's very crucial to have the creative minds in all of this too. And I think that needs to be welcomed back in to this as well. And that's where, some people are really resistant to STEAM, but that's my reasoning behind it, is that STEM feels too narrow. And it makes it feel like if you're not in those categories, then you don't fit in the world of space or technology or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point. STEAM, when it gets down to the heart of it, is truly a liberal arts education, which includes humanities, arts, and science and math. And it's been there all along, and we maybe narrowed that down for a little bit of competition and trying to make sure we didn't fall behind in certain areas. But that changes it back into a classical education, and I think there's so much value there. So, it's a great point. I'll just, you mentioned George Clooney, the movie that he did on Netflix, Midnight Sky was...
I never saw it. I meant
to. It was a good pandemic watch. Interesting premise and some nice points of execution. And next time you and I talk, hopefully I'll see you at Space Symposium. Next time you and I talk, you'll have to tell me how you got Duran Duran.
You know what? That was asking them too. I'll just tell that really, really fast because basically, Professor Brian Cox, for those of you, he's like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of Britain. He looks more like a British rock star. He called me up and said, "Hey, can you get Duran Duran a VIP tour of Kennedy Space Center?" And I was like, "Sure." And then a few minutes later, Nick Rhodes, the keyboard player for Duran Duran, called me to thank me. And I was like, oh my God. And then I said, well, God, I hate putting people on the spot, but I've got you on the phone. Would you consider playing at I'm producing the Apollo Gala for Apollo 11 50th anniversary. Would you guys consider playing at our gala? And he said, we would be so honored. And that's what's crazy is that, people, it's amazing what you might get if you actually ask people to do something. Sometimes it actually works when you ask. So,
Christina, it's been a delight. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Lee and Tim and everybody else in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina.
All right, and let's see, we are back with Tim. He is the executive director and co-founder of Foundation for the Future, former spy and author, and lots of big dreams for making space accessible, survivable, and routine enough to be boring. But anything but boring, Tim, take it away.
Thanks, Lee. I wanted to segue there from what Christina was talking about with education and the sort of preparing the next generation and the work she's doing, where she's inspiring awe to promote change, and segue that into some of the work we're doing here at the foundation to help promote space-focused workforce development. I would wholeheartedly agree with Christina that the STEM categorization is a mistake. At the very least, STEAM is in order. But ultimately, narrowly focusing on any segment like that creates an us versus them. And so now in the space community, there is this exclusivity feel to it. The sense that rocket scientists and astronauts can apply, everyone else, check your code at the door. And what we're trying to do is change that paradigm and messaging around the career and technical education piece. The changing this workforce development system from a one-size-fits-all STEM education model to recognizing that where we're going is not where we've been. And space was hard. We needed rocket scientists and these best of the best astronauts to test pilot giant explosive tubes thrown into space. It made sense. But as we move forward and we start building communities off-world, we start increasing the number of people by orders of magnitude that are living and working off-world, all of a sudden, it doesn't make sense for everyone to have that rigorous multi-year, sometimes multi-decade long training path. And so what we're trying to get a head start on is amplifying the message that career and technical education built America, but like full stop. They were the ones who built it. We romanticize the inventors, the Edisons, the Teslas for these giant changes and ideas. But ultimately, it was the worker on the assembly line that Henry Ford developed that built, that changed, that made. And those skills often are interchangeable between different career paths with some similarity, but are what is required to ensure that any momentum the space economy has continues, because without those builders and doers, there will be nothing built or done. I am not the one you want to build things. I'll sit down and think of ideas all day long. They might not be good, but you do not want me to be the fixer. We need that, and we need those people. And so what we're working on is a kindergarten to space workforce development pathway for everyone else. Right now, NASA has its Space Grant Consortium program, where if you're not familiar with it, it's a fantastic system. Every state in America has a lead school that is in charge of helping distribute that state's allocation of grant money and research priorities and efforts. That lead school rotates among different space grant schools in the state, and it is an easy collaborative way to essentially do the work NASA doesn't want to do in-house, whether it's workforce development or research and development. And the military has had a similar system in its ROTC program, whether it's junior ROTC in high school or senior in the colleges. These are programs that train the next generation of leaders and workers for our national security establishment. But what's missing is that middle gap, that career and technical fields, those community colleges left out of the space grant, those workers who don't want to suit up in the military. And so those are the fields that we're looking to serve with this pathway, because ultimately they are the ones that we need the most of. Already we hear of large space companies conducting bidding wars over community college graduating classes in different technical career fields. And that's not a sustainable model for any economic sector. And just like we've heard for decades that America needs more coders or our entire internet's going to go down, now's the time to start thinking about, when are we going to need more welders, more machinists, more wiring technicians? And that's the crux of this effort. Our specific role in this pathway is that central hub, the marketer, if you will. We are tied in with you all in the space community, and we are traveling around to local communities, like how we've been hosting this event in different cities. At the same time, we're connecting with those career and technical education schools to let them know the potential and start connecting them to schools that already have existing curricula around space. And we're doing this in a orderly fashion to create a essentially good housekeeping seal of approval, that much like the seals you see on your medicine or nutritional supplements that say manufactured in accordance with good management practices or other certifications. That's what we're looking to bring here, so that the educators know that the programs they've developed are for the space community and are useful to industry. So students know this school is one that is going to actually get me the training I need and connect me to the companies I want to be a part of. And then for industry, it's a way to know this is a school or community that can produce the sort of workers we want to hire. And so we're seeking to be that middle ground there and build the trust and connection that's ultimately needed to crowdsource and scale an effort like this. The basic model that we've built for this is very similar to the NASA Space Grant Consortium, where we're seeking state lead organizations to be the first, the Pathfinder schools, to help us as we start piloting this, and start first off by doing an inventory of what exists in that state. What does your state have in terms of space-related career and technical education content? For most states, it's probably there isn't. When we've talked to schools that have raised their hand in places like Pennsylvania, the answer is that's not a thing. We would get laughed out of the room asking around who has that. That's just not a thing. Other places like Ohio, it's a distant memory of talking to a person who talked to a person who knew a guy. And so there's a wide range of these experiences when we go to these schools in their familiarity with these programs and whether they exist in the state or not. From that initial survey of what exists, we can then develop a catalog that can be exported throughout the network. Washington State and Florida, Texas are states that stereotypically have a lot of space companies and space career and technical education. And so finding out what works for them, why does it work for them, and how can we create a program to use a train the trainer model to ensure other schools in their states, adjacent states, are able to take advantage of that expertise. And from there, we can then turn to the federal government and say, look, you fund the NASA Space Grant Consortium to the tune of roughly $100 million a year. From that, you get tens of thousands of well-educated students in various STEM fields. NASA gets a ton of research done. It's time to recognize that at the career and the skilled labor level, you can do far more with far less. And we have already begun the work of advocating to the federal government. One thing that we got confirmation of today was that the House Appropriations Committee chair has added language to the Defense Appropriation Act for next year, mandating that the Department of Defense spend the first 6 months of 2022 doing a comprehensive analysis of all career and technical education and STEM related fields that the Defense Department has routine difficulty in filling. What are those positions and specialties that the services can't get enough of, whether it's for contract labor or supply chains? And from there, the Defense Department will be ordered to create an interagency public-private partnership to study how a dedicated pathway can be created to support this career and technical education input into the national security industrial base. That's largely a defense-related success and win. Ultimately, the important part of that was the original version of that text was exclusively talking STEM and was even narrower, talking mainly engineers. And we repeatedly engaged congressional offices, letting them know engineers are a need, coders are a need. There are a number of critical gaps, but leaving out this career and technical education is something that will ensure we're unable to execute on what the Defense Department needs to. And so that's an exciting first step as we move into building this pathway that will be able to support both the national security side and the commercial side. Ultimately, on our side though, this workforce development pipeline seeks to lay the groundwork to support our proposed space corporation. If you were here earlier, I talked about the Space Corporation, which is meant as an infrastructure development corporation for space that would fund the creation of long-term projects in space that would enable the growth of the sector writ large and ultimately create a method to get to, from, and through space as easily as you get to and from your offices when we're not in a pandemic. The corporation itself, based on some early economic analysis we had done, would generate well north of 2.5 million new jobs. Many of those are engineering and STEM jobs, but easily half or more are high-paying aerospace technician and skilled labor jobs across the country. We modeled this at the state level and are looking to do it even more granular. We're trying to partner with a number of counties and towns to take it even further. But for instance, in West Virginia, the Space Corporation would spur the creation of about 7,000 new jobs in the 2020s alone. And other states, it does significant economic development in places that have historically seen little, if any, from the space community. So how can you get involved? You're here. Many of you are who are here or watching this are longtime viewers and supporters. And what we need from you all is help with our advocacy, our fundraising, and what we know. And so on the advocacy side, you all, if you live in some state in America, you are a constituent for at least one representative and 2 senators. That means they care more about what you say than they do about what any of us say in your district. And we need your help amplifying our message. When congressional offices hear from constituents about proposals that exist, they take them seriously. There's a widely held perception that Congress doesn't listen, and it's categorically not the case that they do not pay very close attention because their jobs and livelihoods are on the line. So when constituents call, not only do those offices answer, but that generates a report that goes up to the senior levels of the staff and is collated to find out how many others in that state, in that district, care about the same issue. And so the more people that we have that are constituents, the more we're able to amplify this message. We're also then able to use the fact that you contacted that congressperson, that senator, and go to their offices here in DC and ask, why has that representative not acted on behalf of the constituent? And we're able to name and shame that person in Congress for not acting on behalf of their local area. And if all else fails, we can then explain to them again how this will benefit their community above and beyond just helping the constituent who said they wanted it. On the fundraising side, we're a member supported nonprofit, both corporate and individual. We have a Patreon site for those of you who are interested in supporting us on an ongoing basis. We have a number of different exclusive content pieces that we put on Patreon first, so that way our patrons are able to have access to that and get sort of an inside look at what's happening here and what's coming up. On the corporate side, we advocate on behalf of our corporate members as one of the key benefits of being a corporate member here. And so if you are a member of a corporation or run one that is interested in joining our coalition, by all means, reach out, talk with me. I'd love to chat more. And finally, on the referrals and what we don't know, the Space Corporation Act is an example of something that we don't know enough. We're on version 3839 right now. And we're on that version because people like you have said, oh, you need to talk to my friend, this person I know, and referred us, introduced us to people who knew more, knew different, and were able to help us shape the final product. And that's what we want to do across every effort we have, is make sure the right ideas are running into even better ideas, so that what we're doing and producing is ultimately of value to our members and accomplishing our mission of making space accessible enough to be boring. So if you had to ask how you can help, that's how. And I think I will pause there to see if we have questions, comments, complaints, concerns.
Your points on STEAM and technicians and that future seem to be well received among the audience, and they tie back, I think, to what Bill Kemp was talking about with the various functions that would live in these communities. You know, I think he brought up scientists as a secondary group, really, as though that might be a surprise. So, yeah, when we talk about a functioning civilization, as small as it may be, all these other roles are going to be important. All right. Yeah, so Morgan Muchnick says, I see space as a possible new golden age for high-skilled, highly paid, blue-collar workers. All right, so I think I'm going to just get started a little bit early here with our next speaker, just about 2 minutes early. Kevin O'Connell is a recognized expert on space commerce and the global space economy. He has held assignments in the Department of Commerce, the Department of Defense, the Department of State, the National Security Council, and the Office of the Vice President, and the Office of the Director of Central Intelligence. Within the private sector, Mr. O'Connell was the first director of RAND's Intelligence Policy Center and a senior research analyst. He founded Innovative Analytics and Training LLC in 2007 to consult with U.S. government agencies and to focus on geospatial markets, cloud computing, and cyber analysis. Most recently, as director of the Office of Space Commerce, he was the executive branch advocate for the U.S. commercial space industry. He led the U.S. government's outreach to private space companies in order to understand the speed and direction of innovation and to encourage market entry. He highlighted the growing role of the private sector in space, encouraged new space partnerships, worked to ensure the competitiveness of the U.S. commercial space industry, and advanced American leadership in space safety and sustainability. He also supported the Secretary of Commerce on U.S. space policy activities, including National Space Council decisions. He was also instrumental in expanding international outreach on space commerce and space safety issues. Kevin, welcome, and the screen is yours.
Thanks, Lee. Tim, thanks very much for having me today. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. I thought I'd start maybe by just riffing on some of the themes that Christina and Tim just offered in the last hour or so, because I think I'll have a positive vector on both of those. On the talent piece, you can find many speeches of mine at Commerce where I talk about the talent piece. And I'm seeing a brighter story. I mean, I remember early on the exclusivity problem, where a lot of communities did not believe that they had a place to be in the space economy. Some of you have heard me tell a story where Commerce actually funded a series of activities around the country. And as we went around, obviously we got a lot of science and technical talent, engineering talent. But in one particular case, a lady showed up and basically said, I'm a chef. And someone said, well, what are you doing here? Playfully. And the answer was, well, I understand that food doesn't taste that good in space, and I'm here to actually make it taste a lot better. And if you understand that story, you'll understand why we're going to need a very wide range of talent, arts, culture. Again, I'd heard the earlier presentation on this, to fuel the space economy. That's the good news. And Tim, the things that you all are doing to actually put mechanisms in place to make that happen are all positive. But I'm seeing a bright note in that we're thinking about space in a more inclusive way. So let me jump into my own remarks, and we'll talk a little bit about how the commercial aspects of this are actually helping change this in a positive way. I've been taken by some of the presentations I've had a pleasure to listen to today. Very exciting conversations of many, many kinds. The bottom line for me is to tell you that the space economy is accelerating, and it's very important to note the things that are happening, bringing new services to Earth to improve our lives, but also helping us deepen our understanding of both space and then, as importantly, the things that are going on back here on Earth, the scientific things, the changes that are going on here on Earth. You've heard me talk before, perhaps, about three clusters of economic activity that we see in the market. The first are the disruptors, people who have seen a commercialized function in space and think they can do it better by virtue of a new technology, a new business model, something like that. And, you could apply that to communications and weather and remote sensing and some of the better known areas of commercialization. Second are the group that I call the inventors, people that are trying to create either wholly new market segments in space or create wholly new capabilities in space. And then the third, a more recent one, is really the group of companies and entrepreneurs that are thinking about the infrastructure that will be needed for us to go to space. In essence, everything from how we will train, feed, house, and equip the people who are our next wave of space travelers, but also unique other areas like space medicine and space manufacturing, other different market segments. Now, we're seeing the opening up of entirely new areas in categories like satellite servicing, and the moon is quickly moving from a frontier to a place of normal economic activity. For all the conversation we've had, including with Christina, about the astronauts, I think people sometimes mistakenly think that the astronauts are the next thing that happened on the moon. They'll be the arrival of the astronauts will be the last part of the next set of things we do on the moon, as we're quickly moving toward exploration and even trying to do things that we've done on Earth in better or different ways, like data centers, edge computing, things like that. Everyone working on the moon is going to have to leverage an infrastructure of communications and navigation and maybe even situational awareness, just like we do here on Earth. And beyond that, there's beginning to be better strategic thinking about cislunar space, both as a strategic area, but also as an area of economic growth and other things like that. I think to say it another way, though, we're starting to see space thought of as a platform from which we're going to fuel all of the new technology areas, or at least many of them, that we're seeing come forward: ag tech and clean tech and ed tech, and others. And in the short run, these will leverage the now well-known capabilities. I'll call it the trio of capabilities of remote sensing, IoT, and blisteringly fast communications. People are really starting to understand these, and there's an interesting history about how we got here. for the entrepreneurs of the future. Tim Fernholz had a headline in Quartz not long ago called "All Companies Are Space Companies." Now, you may have seen it actually, and I'm seeing it in my work. I'm seeing it really begin to materialize as non-space companies start to experiment with space activities. So again, put aside all of the interesting innovations that we're seeing in the space community. Now there's at least a small nascent group of companies that are not involved with space who are starting to experiment with it. And this is actually very, very exciting. Think about it in the very same way as someone might have thought about it for their company when somebody knocked on the door in the late 60s or early 70s and said, hey, I've got this thing called a desktop computer. You should think about how it can help your business. And we're starting to see that kind of activity. These companies, like others, these non-space companies like others, can take advantage of an almost launch on demand moment, as well as things that can be done with CubeSats, with smaller satellites, in a way that for entrepreneurs allows them to come up with an idea, put it into the market, if you will, adapt quickly and change it if they have to at reasonable cost. Again, the veterans on this call will recognize, in the old days, people used to have to wait 3+ years, millions of dollars for launch. That is not needed anymore, given where we're at. And that speeds up the innovation cycle. You may have seen another emerging business model, what some people call the condominium model, or some will also say the ride-sharing model, where all I need to do today is provide my sensor to someone, and in a full package, they will take it to space, they will provide the data to me. I don't have to worry about any of the other aspects of that. Again, a way for people who are not space people to start to participate in the space economy. Can't leave the government aside here. The government role is critically important. Others have spoken about this already. The government can provide small amounts of resources, small investments to companies, and that does a couple of things. Number one, it provides resources to the companies, so that they actually are able to start to do the work. But it then also provides, in many cases, a technical validation for the financial community to say, okay, the government likes this idea. It's a reasonable technical concept. They get to look at it then from a commercialization perspective. And that ranges everything from you'll simply provide government services for the next 20 years to you'll have full-blown commercialization. It can be anything in the middle. And again, to reinforce it, government and commercial roles are quite interesting here. So that's a good place to turn to the point of the discussion, the space money part of the conversation. As space has become more and more commercial in nature, the current figures are roughly 80% of the global space economy is commercial and growing. We're awaiting at Space Foundation. We'll probably get the next wave of projections from that community. And so private finance in that world has really played an outsized role in encouraging the application of commercial practices to the traditional space businesses, but also fueling the market segments that I spoke of earlier. I think just this morning, the new Space Angels report came out citing another $10 billion invested in over 130 space companies last quarter, the quarter ending at the end of June, totaling almost $200 billion of investment in over 1,500 companies over the last decade. And this past quarter, just by example, was the fourth largest investment quarter on record after 4 declining years, likely due to the pandemic. I think that's the best explanation. And the pandemic, in my view, is a very interesting case study for the resilience of the space industry and some of the things that it did to stick together and actually come through the other end. There was some other aspects as well. We can talk about it. But as space innovations have advanced, so have financial innovations that have supported the space industry. They're taking advantage, of course, of a global economic situation that has surplus cash and opportunities to find high quality investment. They're also taking advantage of much better attention to the factors that are involved in a successful space business company. Again, folks that have been in the space community for a while will remember an age when investors would say, gee, space is cool. We're not really sure if this will work or not, but we'll go for it. that is not the level of sophistication in the finance community anymore. And so it's much more sophisticated. The technology, like in many, many other investment areas, the technology is only part of the story. And equally important are the team, customer outreach, critically important, the ability to do financial modeling and projections, and a whole host of other things. And let's talk a little bit about some of these innovations that we're seeing in the market. The first, of course, are the SPACs. Full disclosure, I'm associated with one as well. But you're seeing that has a very interesting effect on the space community in particular. To date, there have been 14 SPAC mergers announced across a wide range of market segments, communications, remote sensing, especially weather. SPACs provide, as you probably know, a substantial capital to advance a business plan, either directly through acquisition, overseas expansion, or other things. And of course, SPACs do bring companies into the public market. And so there's so much more than the money to consider, so there's a lot of people talking about SPACs. They have to think about whether they're prepared for being a public company. That's a critical aspect. But that's not the only financial innovation we're seeing. Risk tolerant finance creates a portfolio approach to managing risk across a wide range of ventures. Richard Waters' article in last week's Financial Times talked about the new breed of venture capital and how it's changing startup finance in no other way than the sheer size and scale of the capital involved. And they've also pointed to my earlier point about non-space companies and their behavior here. He also pointed to the fact that companies that traditionally invested in tech only are really now starting to invest in a much wider range of companies and activities beyond just the tech piece. You're familiar probably with the ETFs that are out there, the innovation funds. We saw that the Seraphim Capital Fund went live on the British Stock Exchange this morning. And these are all making space much more accessible to the individual investor. Other investors are creating bridges or ladders to take companies throughout their life from the seed stage or pre-seed all the way up to the IPO stage. That will create stability in key transition phases and in the process improve investor confidence. Other long-term financial instruments are also under consideration. So we've talked to people about a space bank. There are a couple of ideas out there for space commodities exchanges. There's a question on timing for things like this. But people are giving serious consideration to other mechanisms that will improve investor confidence as we move forward in the space economy. So if you're hearing a lot of enthusiasm on my part at this point, let me temper it just a tiny bit. What we're not saying here is that and I'll say it another way, sometimes there's a temptation to think that this is all on autopilot, but it really isn't. At the government level, there are still very important regulatory issues and frankly, overseas, important international competitiveness issues to be dealt with. So again, don't be tempted to think that this is all on autopilot, okay? One of my favorite topics, certainly while I was in commerce, space debris is as much an economic issue as it is about space safety and sustainability. Investors at all levels need to remain mindful of what any company's space debris mitigation strategy is, as well as look for opportunities in what I call the emerging space safety industry. I'm going to spend a lot of time on that while we're at commerce. International rules of the road are well underway in space amongst the diplomats, but they need to move at an uncharacteristically fast pace if they're to keep up with the speed of space businesses. And that's the real challenge. Diplomacy, very important. It does not often keep up, and it certainly hasn't kept up in this area with the speed of the technology. In that case, industry is just as likely to set practical standards for space safety and other operations in space. So to come at this from another direction entirely, even within such a robust commercial ecosystem, not everyone will succeed. So what I'm not saying is that everyone will succeed. But what the good news is about this is that in many ways, space is becoming a normal market, a normal economic market, where we will see companies succeed, companies fail, new partnerships, M&A activities, and all the other things you see in a market. And so there will be opportunities, even if companies don't succeed, the opportunities for exits in different ways, to protect intellectual property and to protect assets on orbit and things like that. The United States has led in many of these financial innovations that I've mentioned briefly, but we're also starting to see very similar patterns overseas, in addition to an overall growing interest in the space economy. We see renewed interest, for example, in finance in Europe, where you not only have commitments from governments to focus on new space activities, but you're also seeing a growing finance class in Europe that's ready to invest in new space. I shouldn't leave out the rest of the world in my discussion. Many countries are interested in the space economy as much as a driver of economic growth, talent development, to return to that for a second, and innovation across the board, as they really are in space exploration, the inspiring aspects of space exploration. Countries from Asia, Africa, Latin America are now focused on how they invest in and participate in the growing space economy. This will put a premium not only on leveraging traditional space agencies like NASA and DoD, but also increasingly on the development aid, investment, and other agencies in the US government, like the Exim Bank, you've probably read about that, Development Finance Corporation, and others. So let me close the formal remarks just by making a comparison that should distinguish where we are today from where we were in the past, and again, maybe try to put a different take on what Christina was saying. I actually think that you'll remember a time not too long ago when many of us were talking about days without space and having to remind people that when you check the weather, or you do an online banking transaction, or you do a handful of other things, you're leveraging space without even thinking about it. And I remember a loud lament by many space enthusiasts over the years to say people just don't recognize how important space is for us. I actually do think that's changing quite rapidly. While the transition isn't uniform or complete, we're not in that space anymore. I think more and more people, both on the talent side, as discussed previously, are recognizing there's a much broader opportunity than just the STEM talent. And the STEM talent's absolutely critical. We're going to need still as much of it as we possibly can get, but that we're going to need business people and artists and applications developers and, pick at 100 other areas. We're at a point where we're starting to see, and Tim, I know you've been interested in this in the foundation, we're seeing in the United States, we're seeing a lot of non-traditional space states start to say, hey, how do we participate in the space economy? And similarly, we're seeing a lot of countries that have not historically been spacefaring nations think the same way. And so I'll stop there. It's an optimistic note, but we're seeing really a rapid growth in the space economy. I'll end with one other point that I think Lee mentioned a short bit ago. Sometimes we get hung up on what is commercialization. The commentary we're reading today about how, these are commercial companies, but they depend on government contracts. You can think that to death, actually, if you're not careful. And so you have to be careful. There's nothing wrong with governments providing seed funding or other funding as part of a pathway to commercialization. And this is a degree of scope and scale as well. I get that. But, we should not, what we really should be looking at is the ultimate goal of getting these services into the market, getting our ability to do much more in the way of exploration by virtue of leveraging a fairly active and diverse private sector, and in the process, a very, very innovative financial community. So on that note, folks, I'll stop. Thanks for spending time with me this afternoon.
Hey, Kevin. Glad you're here. Thank you very much. Hey, Before we jump in here, I want to let you know Mandy Vaughn over at the Industrial Space meeting that's also currently happening right now. She just gave you a shout out that she misses you from your role last year. So
thank you.
Yeah, it was a nice shout out. So you and I are busy over here, but they're talking about us over there. So.
Right.
I wanted to kind of go back to how you started this conversation about disruptors, inventors, and infrastructure, right? I think that's kind of where we are. I thought that was a pretty pithy, clever way of describing where we are now. Can you go a little bit deeper into those three ideas? Because I think everybody on this call is at least one of those, and they might be two of those, probably not three, but just go a little deeper on that, please.
Oh yeah. So again, on the disruptor side, there have been a number of functions that have been, quote, commercialized, and again, we can argue about what that means. I don't want to go there, but so I come forward in the market and say, well, gee, I've written about satellite imagery for almost 30 years at this point, and so come into the market and say, gee, I have a better way of doing a satellite. I have a better way of doing customer service. I mean, in the early days of remote sensing, people would say these guys are great technically, but they never answer their telephone, those kind of things. So disruptors are people that are looking at those existing commercial functions in space and saying, I can probably do those a little better, or I can add a different service, et cetera. And again, these categories are just general ideas. They're not meant to be inclusive or, second, on inventors are people that are really trying to envision wholly new things to do in space. Again, data centers on the moon, ways to do exploration on the moon, space medicine and space manufacturing. And so, at least from the Apollo experience, that we're going to benefit on Earth from any of the work that's done in that area. And then lastly, infrastructure. And I promise Tim didn't pay me $5 to say this, in the last year and a half or so, we really have seen companies emerge that are focused on helping get people to space, operate in space. I've used a couple of examples historically. One was a woman-owned business down in Texas, and she had a capability to put you essentially in some sort of a bunny suit and put you in a swimming pool and recreate the atmosphere of the moon or Mars. So that if you were a carpenter, for example, if I sat in my garage with a hammer and nail, it feels a lot different when I'm doing it in the atmosphere of the moon. So she was trying to prepare people, and again, not only the PhD level people, prepare regular people who do regular jobs to see what their job would feel like or behaviors would feel like when they're in those other atmospheres. We've seen the Star Academy out in Colorado, for training, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So people are starting to focus on the infrastructure. In the medical community, how will I make sure that humans get the best possible opportunity in that really rough environment of space? So I hope that was helpful, that additional color there.
Yeah, no, I really like that. Is, I'm going to say, somewhat easy to go from, the latest iteration of your Android or iPhone, right? That's a take what we have and make it better. And then the other two categories, inventors and infrastructure, that's applying something new to something that didn't exist before, and that's substantially harder than disruptors, right?
Right.
But they're all super necessary. They're all so necessary. So that was great. I really appreciate that. I wanna talk a little bit about. You made this comment about government will buy services and they provide technical validation to the financial community. We sometimes refer to those as lighthouse customers, where they're pointing a safe passage. Can you go a little bit further into that? Because I think that is a somewhat misunderstood or misappreciated concept.
Sure. So I spoke a lot about this at Commerce, and if you can't sleep at night, I'm sure some of my remarks are still on the web somewhere. But what the government has done, in the old days, companies would come in, and again, I'll use my remote sensing experiences. And I used to come across two kinds of company people. The first company people would say, I am a commercial company, but I'd love for the government, for the DoD, to buy 90% of my capability and commit to it up front. On the other hand, it would be, I'm a government contractor, but I'm certain the government is going to allow me to sell my capability commercially. And none of those people survive, by the way, or at least very few of them survive. And so what we're seeing is, we see this very much at NASA. You know, the regolith example, you know, the just the intent to buy regolith, you know, even in small amounts for small resources, encourages the market forward. In other cases, we've seen the government make, through the DoD incubators, the Space Force incubators, we've seen them say, okay, here's, and it's not a tiny amount of money. You know, I think last year, the Space Force incubator, you had the chance to get $750K if you passed through the gate. And if you stayed around for the rest of the week and passed through a second gate, you can get another 750. That's a lot of money. Okay. If you manage it properly, that's a heck of a lot of money. And so I think what would then happen is those companies can go out to the market, a sophisticated financial community, and say, hey, here's a capability we're developing. And, you know, here's the commercial premise for it. And the finance community, being much more savvy about space businesses, can say, hey, look, we just think you're going to only sell that to the government for the next 20 years. Or we think there are widespread applications, and that's a discussion that goes on. You know, people can be wrong, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that that seed funding from the government that says, yeah, this is an interesting technical idea to us, then can encourage other people to look at it from a business growth perspective.
Perfect. So you said you didn't really want to go with the risk conversation or the new space conversation, but I want to go there. So I have been watching the SPACs, the movement that direction for a while now. It's not a fully described idea, but I think there's a spectrum, right? So I don't like the phrase new space. I think that's
I don't either.
I think that doesn't serve us anymore.
It
did, but it doesn't anymore. And so I've been kind of considering that there's the spectrum of risk space versus safe space, right? And all the SPACs and all the roll-ups and all of the acquisitions, they're solidly in the safe space area. And so by that, I mean, they have mammoth government contracts that have been around for quite a while, 2 years, 5 years, 20 years. And they've proven by doing stuff that was super risky in the beginning, usually on their own dime, they have moved towards a safe spectrum. Now, that's not to say that everything is safe. Like SpaceX has Starlink, which they developed on their own. That was risky. Certainly all of their effort for the moon for Mars is risky, right? But then they have governmental programs that are so there's a spectrum even within a big company. So
sure.
So does new space serve us anymore? That was going to be my question, and you just said no. So what is a replacement for that kind of concept, right? How do we describe this spectrum that we're in now? Because I don't have the answer.
So I think I never liked the labels, because really in my time of commerce, especially, I saw innovation coming out from the entirety of the space community, and it was done under different business models, but it was, you know, larger companies were doing innovative things as much as smaller ones. And so I didn't think the labels were helpful. They were also exclusionary. I think, you know, I like the way that the community thinks about, the finance community thinks about, you know, their early stage. You know, some of it has to do with the product diversity that you have. You know, do you have one idea? Do you have 5 ideas? I'm working with a company right now that's at a critical point where they could go one of 4 ways. Well, they shouldn't go all 4 because they're a small company. They ought to pick 1 or 2 at the most and go in those directions. And so I think there's sort of a maturity model for how we think about companies as they get more mature that I think is helpful.
Okay. All right. Terrific. That is all the time that we have. I have 1 minute. Somebody in the chat asked, so was space economy rising do? So quickly answer that.
Sure. Thanks for asking. We are a small consultancy that is largely working at the nexus of the finance community and the entrepreneur community to help make connections there. We're also looking at some of the on the ground things that we looked at while we were at Commerce, the talent piece, entrepreneur piece, the regulatory piece, critical, lots to do in terms of regulatory implementation. And then what's the state of entrepreneurship? How do we measure those things that enable the space economy on the ground? So we're spending time with different clients on those things, not just in the United States, but in other countries as well.
Terrific. Okay. Kevin, always delightful to chat with you.
Nice to see you.
I'm going to bring Lee on, and
Okay.
we'll go to the next speaker. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Hey, Lee.
Right. So I believe I am going to close it out for the day. All right, so I'm really thrilled Kevin was able to be here. And I didn't give him the special announcement of space money as he deserved. So that there is his space money announcement. Thank you so much, Kevin. We're looking forward to our next event, but this talk marks the end of our Conversations for the Future, Thriving in Space. Lila will be here soon to open up the networking happy hour after I close out the live stream. This event covered food, health, habitats, and life in space, and we had great discussions both on screen and in the chat. Terry Trevino sponsored What's Going On with Laura Forzik, and Jay Fellman of Otter PR sponsored Day 2. On August 10 and 11, we'll be back with Conversations for the Future, Workforce, and Industrial Base. We'll also see the return of the New Space Business Plan competition, which still has an opening for a competing team, and that's $5,000 to the winning team, and mentoring and coaching along the way as you get prepared for that presentation, pitch, and Q&A with expert investors in space, as well as typically a guest judge who may or may not be space focused, but just has great business experience. So really valuable experience there for you to jump in and take care of that if you have a business idea. Finally, as you bask in the afterglow of these 2 days of engaging and informative conversations, please consider sponsoring our next event. I'm Lee Steinke with Foundation for the Future, and I look forward to seeing you in August at Conversations for the Future, Workforce, and Industrial Base. We can close the live stream. And then anyone who'd like to stay for that networking happy hour, enjoy.
Sounds good. Thanks, Lee. Fantastic work. You, the team, Michael, behind the scenes, you're moving, shaking, making this happen, and probably in 3 different Zoom channels right now. So, so you can still hear me, but you're going to be schizophrenic by the time with your. So yeah, so we'll open it up to our networking happy hour. I do not have my happy hour beverage, but I will find one by the time we really get rolling. Yeah, we've added this segment in to make sure that this wasn't just a one-way conversation with you all, but instead offered a chance to interact, to say what worked, what didn't, and just get to know each other more, make it a true conversation. So.
Hey, Tim, how are you?
I'm amazing. How are you?
Good. All right. Well, that came up quick. I actually there was a question I wanted to ask of the audience specifically.